Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to start in a couple of minutes. For those who will need interpretation devices, please approach our technical team over there. The minister will deliver his speech in Bulgarian. Thank you. Уважаеми министър Милков, Ваши превъзходителства, госпожи и господа, искрено се радвам да ви приветствам на днешната конференция, организирана от Софийския форум за сигурност. Тя е за нашия отговор на предизвикателствата в фрагментиращата се архитектура на сигурност и за противодействието на руските хибридни дейности. Вече повече от година Русия води завоевателна война срещу независима Украйна. Страна, която е постоянен член на Съвета за сигурност на ООН, която по силата на своята позиция в системата на международните отношения е натоварена с отговорността да поддържа тази система, крещящо нарушава основните принципи, върху които се гради мира и сигурността. Днес ние сме изправени пред опасността от срив на цялата архитектура за сигурност. Именно за това ще говорим и в нашата конференция. Пред какви рискове сме изправени днес и какво може да очакваме в бъдеще. Специално внимание ще отделим на Черноморския регион, който традиционно е играл ролята на транспортен, енергиен, икономически коридор и е осигурявал свързаността между Европа и Азия. България, както и всички регионални държави, има жизнен интерес от изграждането на сигурност, стабилност, просперитет и устойчивост срещу териториални и икономически заплахи в Черноморския регион. Духът на позитивизма, сътрудничеството и оптимизма за бъдещето на Черноморския регион като кръстопът между континенти, култури, икономики избледня през 2008 година след руската инвазия в Грузия, за да изчезне през 2014 година след незаконната анексия на Кримския полуостров и военната авантюра в източна Украйна. Днес обаче се води пълномащабна война, с която Русия проектира военната си сила срещу свободата и демократичния ред и използва всички други хибридни дейности, за да наложи своята визия за нов световен ред. Очевидно Русия не можа да реализира първоначалните си планове в тази война, а виждаме как украинската армия проявява изключителна воля и военно майсторство. Въпреки това сме далеч от края на войната. Ние разглеждаме различни сценарии за края на тази война или за преминаването и в други фази на замразен конфликт или такъв с ниска интензивност. Но единственият сценарий за окончателно прекратяване на войната, за установяване на траен мир е този, базиран на всеобхватен договор между Русия и Украйна, който да уреди всички отношения. Не само за териториите, но и за възстановяването на разрушената украинска инфраструктура, за наказанието на военнопрестъпниците и така нататък. Не считам, че по-настоящем има условия за сключване на такъв договор и за това ние трябва да подкрепяме Украйна, за да може тя да извоюва възможността да преговаря, когато и при каквито условия реши. Всеки един друг резултат означава нестабилност в региона, опасност от ескалиране на военните действия или активиране на други многобройни рискове, породени от войната. Тези рискове не са малко. Милиони бежанци, разрушена цивилна инфраструктура, множество мини на украинска територия. Към това ще добавим огромния брой морски мини, част от които вече свободно плават в Черно море и застрашават корабоплаването. Екологични рискове, породени от огромните пожари или замърсявания от използване на различни боеприпаси. Петролни разливи и много други. Рисковете от попадане на оръжия в ръцете на терористични групи или организирана престъпност също не трябва да се подценяват. Не може да бъде изключен и сценарият за разрастване на войната към други територии. Нека не забравяме, че в нашия регион имаме много замразени конфликти. От тук трябва да направим ясния извод, че сме изправени пред една продължителна ситуация на несигурност и нашите действия трябва да отчитат това. Тези опасности изискват колективни действия. Укрепване на източния фланг на НАТО и ЕС. Укрепване на сигурността на отделните страни членки. Имаме предвид сигурността във всички аспекти, не само военната, но и възможността да се справяме с хибридните заплахи. Този отговор изисква и необходимото подпомагане на Украйна. Нека още веднъж кажа, че не може да имаме икономическо развитие, поток на инвестиции, туризъм, докато нямаме състояние на сигурност. Нека да оставим наивното мислене. В днешната конференция ще говорим много и за хибридните заплахи и как да противодействаме на тях. Най-вече на дезинформацията, фалшивите новини и пропагандата. Моята оценка е, че България е особено уязвима на тези заплахи. Радвам се, че правителството прие вчера решение за присъединяване на България към Европейския център за върхови постижения за противодействие на хибридните заплахи, базиран в Финландия. И искам специално да отбележа ролята на Външно министерство в присъединяването на България към този център. Основната негова цел е изграждане на способностите в страните участници за превенция и противодействие на хибридните заплахи. Надявам се това присъединяване да е последвано и от практически мерки за укрепване на резистентността на страната. Надявам се да изградим и система от стратегически комуникации, за което от дълго време получаваме експертна помощ от Великобритания и други наши съюзници. За да дискутираме тези и други въпроси сме поканили изключителни анализатори от България и от чужбина. Специална благодарност изказвам към нашите чуждестранни лектори за това, че намериха време да дойдат тук, да споделят своите опит и виждания, защото усилията наистина трябва да бъдат общи. Още веднъж приветствам ви, добре дошли на тази конференция и имам удоволствието да поканя министъра на външните работи, господин Николай Милков, за неговото ключово изказване. Заповядайте, господин Милков.
Благодаря много, уважаеми господин председател, уважаеми членове на Софийски форум за сигурност, ваши превъзходителства, уважаеми гости, приятели, колеги. Искам да започна с отдаване на заслуженото на Софийския форум за сигурност и лично на неговия председател, с когото в продължение на повече от 30 години вече работим паралелно, а често пъти заедно под една шапка в преследване на общи цели и в защита на общи приоритети, които са били приоритетите и на държавата през всички тези години. В случая обаче моята благодарност към Софийски форум за сигурност е главно благодарение на това, че това е една от малкото организации, неправителствени организации, които не се ползват от помощ от държавата и която успява да държи на високо факела на политическия дебат. И понеже говорим за рискове, на което е посветена днешната конференция, тук веднага искам да идентифицирам първия порядък от рискове, а именно риска да нямаме съдържателен политически дебат в България. За съжаление, имам чувството, че точно това се случва през последните години, дори бих казал десетилетия. Ситуацията е такава, че в този вакуум от сериозна експертиза по въпросите на сигурността и външните отношения намират почва най-различни дискусионни, меко казано, тези. Дебата се инструментализира, елементаризира, използва се за краткосрочни, непосредствени политически дивиденти и, разбира се, това отваря възможността за повече и по-зловредни хибридни влияния, когато такива са налице. Така че самият този форум е противодействие на това, което ние срещаме като предизвикателство в тая сфера. Нещата силно се задълбочиха в този смисъл през последните 2 години, в които ние се намираме в една перманентна предизборна ситуация, в която ставаме свидетели на това как външната политика и отделни теми от нея се инструментализират за преследването не само на вътрешно-политически, а на конкретни партийни цели. Дълбаят се разделителни линии, които не съществуват така, както се описват. И за тези линии те не просто разделят хора, а целта им е за тях да се избутат останалите, така че отделни, примерно да речем, политически сили да се самоидентифицират като единствените, правилните и прочее. В каквато и да било посока, от всякъде се забелязва това нещо. За съжаление, това има потенциал да ерозира консенсуса, който е съществувал, или поне така до голяма степен на общото мислене по редица въпроси, които считахме, че са безспорни по отношение на външната ни политика. Така че, благодарейки още веднъж за тая покана, която ми беше отправена, искам да се върна на конкретиката в темата. Естествено, както беше споменато, руската агресия, която се осъществява в непосредствена близост до границите на България, представлява грубо нарушение на международния правов ред и нанесе сериозен удар върху съществуващата архитектура на международна сигурност, водейки до значими последици във всички сфери на обществено-политическия живот, включително и в България. Тук няма да се спирам на поредицата от кризи, които интерферират и които ни връхлитат постоянно. Все пак темата е за международната сигурност и за заплахите на европейската сигурност. Тези заплахи имат различни измерения. Паралелно с руските агресивни военни действия сме изправени пред безпрецедентно увеличаване на различните хибридни атаки, насочени към подкопаването на устойчивостта на България и оттам и на нашите демократични ценности и процеси. Русия използва пълен арсенал от хибридни похвати, инструментализиране на енергийните и основните хранителни доставки, кибердейности на контрол върху чувствителни технологии, безпрецедентно засилване на пропагандата, насочена към вътрешно-политическа дестабилизация на нашите общества, провокиране на недоволство, намаляване на солидарността с Украйна. Така че всичко това доведе, разбира се, до една фундаментално променена среда на сигурност, която е непосредствено около нас. Това, разбира се, принуди НАТО и Европейския съюз да предприемат определени реакции. На доктринално ниво те се изразяват в приемането на 2 основни документа с дългосрочен характер. Едното е стратегическата концепция на НАТО от Мадрид и другия документ, това е стратегическия компас на Европейския съюз. Тези документи ясно посочват и риска от хибридни атаки и необходимостта от противопоставяне. Тук искам да обърна внимание, че това са документи, които задължават всички страни членки, и то не защото те са страни членки, а защото това е в интереса на страните членки. Всъщност те консолидират и пълния набор от инструменти и политики, с които разполагаме, за да увеличим нашата устойчивост и да надградим ефективността на нашите отбранителни способности. В тази връзка, преди да се анализират самите хибридни заплахи в тяхната конкретика, би следвало експертната общност да се опита да даде отговор на въпроса от каква архитектура на сигурност имаме нужда. Първият и непосредствен отговор, разбира се, това е, че бъдещата архитектура на сигурност зависи от изхода на войната в Украйна. Разбира се, в Украйна е необходим мир, но това е мир, който трябва да доведе до реализацията на основни принципи, към които ние от самото начало се придържаме, а именно запазване териториалната цялост на Украйна в нейните международно признати граници, недопускане на връщане на сферите на влияние в Европа и постигане на устойчиво състояние именно на основата на тези принципи на международната система на отношения. Прост рестарт на блокираните международни организации и на сегашната система на международна сигурност очевидно не е достатъчен. Едно такова просто възпроизводство и повторение на предишните грешки би ни обрекло в бъдеще на същия резултат. Не можеш да повтаряш един и същи опит и да разчиташ, че резултатът ще бъде различен, чисто статистически. Необходима е дълбока реформа и на блокираните институции, така че те да могат да изпълняват функциите, които са заложени от техните основатели, но новите условия изискват очевидно тяхната реформа. Реформата на ООН, разбира се, е много сложен въпрос. Тя отдавна не работи, но по отношение на мира и сигурността особено, опитва се да запази своите функции в други сфери, в които също ефективността е под въпрос, като например устойчиво развитие, социална сфера, образование и прочее, но в основната си функция тя на практика е елиминирана и не работи, именно защото страна, постоянен член на Съвета за сигурност, се опитва да създаде проблеми и да разруши международният ред, в чието създаване самата тя е участвала и който е създаден в същата тая зала с зелен мрамор, която всички ние знаем и в която са приети всички тези решения. Причините за системното блокиране, това разбира се, са твърде консервативния устав и невъзможността той да бъде реформиран, освен с консенсус. Такъв консенсус никога не може да бъде налице. Затова аз виждам интересни възможности по отношение на европейската сигурност, по отношение на ОССЕ. Това е организация, която също е в състояние на клинична смърт в момента. В последните 30 години тя като че ли беше изтласквана на заден план. В момента ситуацията, разбира се, е доста драматична там, но същевременно нейна особеност е, че тя е организация, която може да функционира в условията на липса на консенсус. Тя така е зачената и така е създадена през 1975 година и би могла да съдейства за разрешаване на политически противоречия между конфронтиращи се държави. Разбира се, основната задача за гарантиране на устойчивостта на бъдещата система на сигурност лежи на организации като НАТО и Европейския съюз. Слава Богу, съюзите, към които ние принадлежим. Новата стратегическа концепция на НАТО, ако се изпълни, биха били разрешени много неща. Очакваме също така напред и провеждането през месец юли на предстоящата среща на върха в Вилнюс, която би взела много важни и сериозни решения в тая връзка. По отношение на НАТО бих казал, че изисканите още от срещата в Уелс 2% вече не се възприемат като таван на военните разходи, напротив, те се възприемат по-скоро като праг от всички държави членки. Това е минимума, който всички предвиждат в бъдеще. Радвам се, че най-накрая и България, най-вероятно през следващата година, ще достигне този 2% праг. Засилва се волята за изграждане на една мощна система на сдържане вътре в рамките на НАТО. В Вилнюс се очаква, например, батальонните бойни групи да бъдат апгрейднати до ниво бригада, което ще създаде значително по-висок сдържащ потенциал. В Югоизточна Европа и по-специално в Черноморския регион се очаква приемането на стратегически документ, който да обърне внимание върху Черноморския регион, който дълго време всъщност не беше предмет на някакви по-специални обсъждания. Нещо повече, мисля, че липсата на един колективен подход от страна на НАТО създаде определени вакууми в нашия регион, които доведоха до риска от това индивидуални национални подходи да вземат връх и обединените усилия да остават всъщност на заден план. Черноморския регион е силно чувствителен. Той е чувствителен заради близостта му до Русия и възможността във всеки момент комуникациите в неговите рамки да бъдат прекъснати по един относително лесен и ефективен начин. Друг проблем, свързан с Черноморския регион, това е, разбира се, режима на проливите, който не дава възможност за постигане на чисто военни баланси по отношение на флотата. По тая причина би следвало да се мисли за компенсиране по суша на липсващите военноморски възможности. Такива възможности, разбира се, съществуват много. Те са свързани не само с военно присъствие, свързани са с решаването на много по-дълбочинни задачи, които биха осигурили ефективното влияние на НАТО върху събитията в Черноморския регион. Става въпрос, например, за военната мобилност, става въпрос за устойчиво снабдяване на войските с петрол, авиобензин, редица други неща. Става въпрос също така и с общите усилия за избягване на дестабилизация на региона, които са свързани примерно с диверсификацията на енергийните доставки в региона. Смятам, че през последните месеци беше направено много, включително преди няколко дни в тази връзка, защото стабилността на региона зависи в мирно време главно от този тип действия. По отношение на Европейския съюз бих искал също така да отбележа, че ако примерно да речем преди само 5 години европейските граждани бяха попитани дали те биха искали да бъдат, дали те биха искали Европейския съюз да бъде глобална сила, която има мощен военен компонент и роля в сферата на сигурността, сигурно 99% щяха да кажат да. Но ако те трябваше да отговарят на въпроса дали те са готови европейските държави масирано да инвестират в военните си бюджети в сферата на сигурността, 99% щяха да кажат не. В момента мисля, че това вече не е ситуацията. Самата война в Украйна, мисля, че води до съществена промяна в нагласите на европейското обществено мнение и също така до това да се създадат наистина възможностите Европейския съюз да играе много по-сериозна роля по отношение на своето близко съседство, а и в глобален план. Знаем за Индо-Тихоокеанската стратегия и други също така опити на Европейския съюз да присъства по-активно в Африка и на други места. По отношение на хибридните атаки, важно е да се каже, че съществува прието решение в рамките на НАТО, че хибридна атака срещу една от държавите членки може да доведе до решение за позоваване на член 5 от Вашингтонския договор, което от една страна означава, че хибридните атаки са признати за заплаха, която е съизмерима с военната в определени отношения, и от друга страна за това, че ние имаме напълно изградена концепция и сериозно отношение към това. Беше подчертано, че с вчерашното решение на правителството България се присъедини към центъра в Хелзинки. Радвам се, че това успя да се случи сега и по този начин мисля, че това ще бъде от полза за българската външна политика и за сигурността общо взето в България. И накрая отново искам да се спра на това, може би с което започнах, хибридна тактика на дезинформационните дейности, които са насочени към разделяне на съюзниците и партньорите в НАТО и ЕС и за подкопаване на единството в евроатлантическото пространство. В този контекст засилването на нашите способности за успешна стратегическа комуникация и за публична дипломация от решаващо значение, конференции като днешната биха могли да изиграят роля в тази връзка. Повишаването на медийната култура и включително превантивното запълване на медийното пространство с верните наративи имат важна роля в изграждането на устойчивост в борбата с дезинформацията. В тази връзка бих искал да подчертая, че може би последно и с това завършвам, да подчертая, че всъщност в НАТО винаги се казва нашата най-голяма сила това е единството. Ние трябва да се стремим да поддържаме единството в НАТО, да се придържаме към постигнатите консенсуси, да се придържаме към постигнатия общ език по въпросите. В тази връзка люшкането в крайности не е от полза на никого, не е от полза и на Съюза, не е от полза и на способностите ни да контрираме други заплахи. Така че нека да бъдем в тази връзка внимателни, да преценяваме целият ефект от това, което говорим и това, което предприемаме, за да имаме възможността да допринасяме за единството на Съюза. В различен смисъл, разбира се, дебата е добре дошъл, дебата е важен, но е добре той да не бъде преекспониран, така че да сигнализира за пукнатини в рамките както на страните членки, така и вътре в тях. И с това приключвам. Благодаря ви още веднъж за поканата и за вниманието на цялата аудитория.
Благодаря на министър Милков, че постави така добре голям кръг въпроси, които ще бъдат в рамките на днешните дискусии. Благодаря за ясните послания и ясните позиции по тези ключови за нашата сигурност и нашата външна политика въпроси. Ние ще имаме възможност да дискутираме както рисковете и заплахите за сигурността, състоянието на архитектурата за сигурност, така ще дискутираме в нашата конференция въпросите свързани с ролята на НАТО в укрепване на сигурността, също така какво НАТО означава за България и какво България означава за НАТО. Мисля, че това е също един ключов въпрос, по който трябва да имаме сериозен обществен дебат. Ще говорим за двата региона, които са от ключово значение за България, Черноморския регион и Балканите, и как войната в Украйна, несигурността там влияе върху двата региона. Специално внимание ще отделим на хибридните заплахи, противодействието на дезинформацията, пропагандата, фалшивите новини и ще се опитаме да търсим някакви механизми за противодействието им. И накрая ще дискутираме и този въпрос, с който вие започнахте. Каква система за сигурност, каква архитектура за сигурност ние бихме искали да видим и как да стигнем до нея. Защото освен нарушаването на нормите, на международно-правните норми, ние имаме и едно нарушено доверие. А доверието естествено е ключово, за да може ние да се върнем към един познат ни модел или ще се гради нещо друго, но това са въпроси, които естествено ние ще дискутираме и ще видим в бъдеще. Още веднъж благодаря на министър Милков за участието. And now, without any further delay, I invite our next panelists, Vesela Cherneva, Vice President and Head of Sofia Office of ECFR, Nea Melvin, and Ilian Vasiliev to take it from now on. Thank you once again, Mr. Внимавай се.
To Yordan Buzilov for organizing this conference. I want to join Minister Milkov in emphasizing the importance of this event, and also thank you, Minister, for opening it, because I think the dialogue between government and the expert community is really lacking, and especially in times of war, it's very much needed. This panel is going to cover actually quite a vast ground. These were the instructions that that Mr. Buzilov gave us. And starting from the war in Ukraine, we have to basically think whether this war is changing the world, how much it is changing the world. For many around the world, this war is a regional European war. It's none of their business. For us, however, this is probably the most shocking, the most changing event in terms of magnitude in our lifetime. We saw in the last couple of weeks several events unfolding. All of a sudden, China brokered a deal of restoration of diplomatic ties between Iran and Saudi Arabia. Xi Jinping visited Moscow. French President Macron and Commission President Ursula von der Leyen visited Beijing. Then there was a very much quoted interview by the French president on world order, how we look at Ukraine and how others see Taiwan and what should be Europe's role. But maybe the third, I would say, event or process that we're witnessing as a background of all of this is the consolidation of the West. And we at ECFR did a public opinion poll which clearly demonstrated that Europeans and Americans want to support Ukraine, as they say, as long as it takes. But as long as it takes in the sense that justice has to prevail at the end. Russia has to leave the borders of Ukraine. There must be also international justice for the war crimes and for the damage that was done. And so, if we think about the world in these new terms, a consolidated West and the rest of the world basically thinking about the global order, not as a battle between democracies and autocracies, as many of us tend to see it, but as a global order in which all countries can have different interests. What does it do for the international, for the global architecture? What does it do for our international security environment? Is there enough ground so that we can share threat perceptions, but also institutions, and coming back to what the minister said, how can we make existing institutions work better? Maybe we need brand new ones. In order to comment on the security implications, we have here actually a very good panel. We have Neil Melvin from RUSI. This is a very renowned institute on security issues based in London. And I will ask him to kick us off with a bit of a more focused, maybe 10 to 12 minute introduction on the security implications of the war.
Thank you so much, and it's really a delight to be here. And thank you so much to the organisers and Jordan for extending the invitation for me to join you today. I think perhaps to begin with, the Ukraine war has really highlighted the importance of these kind of forums for engaging, and in particular for countries to reach out to countries like Bulgaria and other Black Sea states, because it's very important to engage, I think, with the communities here and build a better understanding of these common challenges. I wanted to begin my comments by saying I think that the Ukraine war, it's a catalyst. It's both a response to particular things that have already been happening in European security, but it's also accelerating a number of broad changes that were already underway even before the Ukraine war. So it's actually part of a much larger mosaic of security shifts that are taking place at the European level, but also at the level of the international agenda for security. And I had sort of 5 main points I wanted to make. I think the first point you've already highlighted, which is perhaps the positive news. I mean, the West is back. There is a reconsolidation of the Western community in response to the war. Of course, we just have to remember in recent years a lot of discussion, particularly under President Trump, about the cohesion of the Western community, particularly on the European continent. We saw that the unity has been reaffirmed most recently at the Madrid NATO summit. I think the minister referred to the NATO strategic concept. We've seen the unity of action around wave after wave of sanctions towards Russia in response to the war. We've seen the European Union taking on a much stronger role on security and defense issues. We've seen this dramatic change in Northern Europe, in which Sweden and Finland, 2 countries which have with a long history of non-alignment and certainly military non-alignment, have decided to shift. In Sweden's case, nearly 200 years of their history has changed as a result of the Ukraine war as they seek NATO membership. And beneath all of that, of course, we've seen the United States reassert its centrality in European security as the cement in a way that holds European security together. Of course, it's not just cement. I mean, it also brings perhaps the majority of the BRICS, as we understand. And in many ways, I think that the Ukraine war has shown that European security relies on the United States. There is no European security without the US commitment. It is a set of relationships that sit on the US security commitment to Europe. And that's not just NATO, but it's also the European Union. The two are 2 sides of the same coin. And so I think the Ukraine war has brought that to the surface, that ongoing relationship. And I think we're likely to see that unity continue when we look to the Vilnius summit coming up in July. Member states have committed in NATO to shifting to deterrence by denial, so there's going to be a very strong force posture along the eastern flank. I think the minister mentioned that the discussion is about creating brigade-level engagement along the eastern flank, along the battle groups, so there's going to be a big stepping up of military force and the force posture towards Russia. That's also going to be backed by discussions about how to ensure that there is adequate readiness, that we can deploy forces quickly and then have follow-on forces in the event that there is some form of crisis. And we've also seen, the possibility that Sweden may even come in to NATO at the July summit, depending a bit on what happens next month in your neighbour Turkey and its elections, which are going to be crucial for Europe. So I think that's the good news, if you like. The more complicated story, which is my second point, is that actually this is taking place in which European security is being transformed. Certainly we can see at the multilateral level, both NATO and the EU are stepping up. But the main driver, if you look beneath the surface of European security, is a whole set of bilateral and minilateral relationships. So actually countries in Europe have been producing new deals with their neighbors to strengthen security. Someone recently calculated up to 400 different bilateral and minilateral security partnerships across Europe. And that is really that's the glue that holds much of European security together. It's the trust about certain partners working together. And so beneath that level of the NATO and EU, I think is that coming together, which actually, to me, a second kind of lesson that emerges from the Ukraine crisis is that that in Europe, the nation state remains the primary security actor, despite our efforts to build the multilateral level. And we see that, I think, also in the pattern of rearmament. Europe is rearming, but it's doing it in a very differentiated way. Some parts of Europe are rearming, other parts are not stepping up. And that rearmament is taking place not through a single multilateral framework. It's not through NATO. It's not through the EU. It's through a whole set of different relationships in which people are buying stuff from the United States, from the UK, from their neighbors, from other European producers, from Israel. And a big trend has been actually to reach out and buy weapons from Asia. So we've actually seen that South Korea and other countries in Asia have become suppliers for European security. So in fact, there's a very complicated set of relationships emerging in Europe around the war. And we also see this big geopolitical shift in which the center for European security has shifted to the north and the east and to the southeast around the Black Sea, even while economic power remains concentrated in the western part of Europe. So there is now a divergence, and we see that even today around the discussion in the EU about purchasing ammunition. While there's an agreement in principle to do this, ongoing deadlock as recently as yesterday in which Western countries, or particularly France, sees the future of Europe as European strategic autonomy through the EU, Central European countries arguing that Europe needs to have a wider conception of even its industrial base. So those kind of divisions opening up. And a big challenge for the future is going to be, how is security for Ukraine going to be provided if we look beyond the war? Is it going to be through NATO? That's going to actually require that the US steps up and extends its security guarantees, which, as I say, underpins all of the multilateral arrangements in Europe, into Ukraine, into the heart of Eurasia. Already we know that there's a big debate in Washington about the balance between the Indo-Pacific and Europe, which is broadly a Republican Democratic discussion. But this even goes deeper than that, and I think that we see actually resistance on the Biden administration's side around this question. Does the United States as a country fundamentally see its national security interests extending to the heart of Eurasia? This is not a traditional US strategic position. The US has operated as a maritime country. It's not a continental Eurasian power, and I think there's a long resistance to actually extending its security guarantees into the Eurasian space, because it won't just be Ukraine it'll take on then. It'll be Belarus, it'll be the issues of the Black Sea, the South Caucasus, and fundamentally Russia. So it's a shift in US posture that at this point I think is hard to see. And if the US is not willing to extend its security guarantees to Ukraine, then there's a question of NATO, and it's very hard to see how the European Union could then make Ukraine a member if there is no US security guarantee to protect the European Union's membership of Ukraine. So how are we going to do that? That's, I think, going to be a really key strategic question for the future of European security. The third point, I think, that emerges from the Ukraine war to me is there's now an indivisibility of European security and Indo-Pacific security. This was already beginning to emerge before the war. We see it in an ad hoc way. So actually one of the new institutions of European security is in many ways the Ramstein group, the group in which countries are pledging their security support for Ukraine. that is not just a European group. We have Australia, we have Japan, we have South Korea involved. So in fact, European security has been linked beyond Europe through that format. We also see the whole question of India's relationship to European security. And I think, as you mentioned, of course, China has now become a European security actor, de facto, but also through France. We're inviting China in to be a mediator in a European security question. So that in the 20th century, Europe was the center of global security. This was European security, and European security extended out into other parts of the world. Now we're seeing that European security is being coupled to global security almost as a sub-region. So actually the balance of power is shifting, and this shows, I think, the global changes in the nature of international securities. Europe is no longer, despite the war in Ukraine, Europe is no longer the global center of international security. It's being tied to other areas. The fourth issue, I think, is that Ukraine, as a result of this, is not a regional war, it's an international conflict. And this is so the war has accelerated the emergence of a counter-West. We see this through the Russia-Iran relationship, which has advanced because of the war, and of course we see it through the Russia-China relationship. But then we also see that the war has become a reference point for this complicated set of other states, which we struggle to even name. Is it the global south? That doesn't really capture it. The global middle, the swing states. Nonetheless, a whole set of states in Latin America, in Asia, in the Middle East, are now viewing Ukraine war as a reference point in how they position themselves as we begin to see the rise of the re-emergence of the West on one side, and a sort of counter-West starting to consolidate. So two poles starting to emerge, and the rest of the world beginning to position themselves around the choices that represents for them. And I think we see this most clearly in the case of India. Going into the war, India's choice seemed to be a sort of a bipolar one. Either it stayed with Russia, or it to some degree went along with the United States and others in the Indo-Pacific. Suddenly, India has a third option, which is that it can re-emerge as a leader of the non-aligned movement. And through its presidency of the G20, it's taken on that role around the war. So new opportunities are opening up because of that. And the fifth point then, I think this raises the question, which is, are we at the end of kind of the golden era of the multilateral moment? We've seen a whole set of multilateral institutions created after World War II, the Bretton Woods Agreement, European security ones, WTO, all of these kind of things, and the UN itself. Many of these organizations are now facing so almost existential questions about their future. I mean, we see that in the Security Council of the UN, gridlock now because of Russia and China, but of course with Russia even actually chairing the Security Council while it's engaged in its aggressive war in Russia. So I think we also have a set of institutions that were created in the post-Cold War period, the OSCE, and of course this was a golden moment for the European Union. I think there are questions now about whether these institutions actually fit the security challenges that we face. And so Ukraine, I think, has raised that. I mean, will the EU and NATO actually be the institutions that address the future of Ukrainian security through the old mechanism, which was enlargement, to bring that into a Western community? Or are we going to see something else beginning to appear because those institutions are not able to take that step sort of to go further east? So just to wrap up, I think that means that the war itself is likely to be not a return to how things were, a return to the status quo of February 2022, and nor will it mark sort of the end of the transformation. The war itself has created a new reality, but the reality that is emerging is going to continue to evolve. It's not impossible that China will become a sort of European security guarantor. The fact that it's now going to become involved in the Ukraine mediation suggests that China now sees itself as having a role in European security, and we've sort of in a way accepted that by this outreach to China and seeing it as an actor in that space. And quite likely the solution that emerges, or the balance of power that emerges around the end of the Ukraine war, will be the new European security order. It won't necessarily be an enlarged NATO and an enlarged EU. It may well be that what we face is a set of minilateral security assurances, a kind of new set of security relations around guaranteeing Ukraine's security in the face of an ongoing Russian threat. Even if President Putin leaves the scene, I think we can assume that Russia is likely to remain a threat to the Western community, but in a much closer alignment with Iran, China, and other sets of countries. So that threat is going to carry on, and we're likely to have to see a whole sort of new architecture emerging. And we begin to see that already. The United States, Australia, and the UK just last month, or earlier this month, signed the AUKUS strategic alliance. This is the first Indo-Pacific European security alliance of the 21st century. It shows already the new architecture forming around these security issues that are transcending European security ideas of the 20th century. We see the emergence of new trade agreements, the CPTPP, forming on the Indo-Pacific, and the Quad itself. So all of these types of things now are stepping up. And so I think the question for us in Europe is, can we adapt? How do we move forward? And indeed, do we actually need to rethink some of our security institutions in light of all of these changes? Thanks.
Thank you very much. This was really a tour de force, so I'm sure there will be more comments and questions to you. I have at least a couple. But now I will turn to Ilyan Vasilyev, who was not only ambassador to Moscow, but who has been thinking about the implications on security, on European security by Russia's actions, also in a more focused sense, in the sense of energy security, economic security, in times when that sounded a bit outlandish. We now experienced a lot of Ilyan's predictions on our backs last year. So it's my pleasure to give him now the floor. I think if you can pick up where Neil just left it, what do you think can emerge and what Russia's role could be as we go forward?
Well, thank you very much. What I'm doing at the moment is basically advising companies on political risk. And that is something that is in abundance, both in the country and the region. Because it's very difficult to engage in long-term investment without understanding the implications. And I have to say that my job is getting tougher and tougher. Well, let me give you the sort of the framework. It is not difficult to predict that the next 2 to 3 months would be hectic. And it is because of the events in Ukraine and the expected counteroffensive. Basically, the stakes are going up in an exponential way, which means that all the processes of confrontation would be catalyzed. And I would start with the pertinence of, well, it's always very strange to admit that the United States is taking the lead into areas that Europe should have taken the lead. But they were the first to publish this bill on the security in the Black Sea in 2023, which actually triggered a lot of reactions from the pro-Kremlin community in Bulgaria. And it's not only because of the pro-Kremlin community in Bulgaria, it's basically because the United States has basically said that Black Sea is one of the epicenters of global politics, and it will determine a lot of things that are about to happen, which implies that all of the littoral states, including Bulgaria, would experience, so to say, the impact of the war, and they would become part of this area of confrontation, of rising confrontation. That's why the heat in Bulgaria would increase, and it would be, we will see a lot more of difficulties in sustaining our, what Mr. Milkov said, the consensus. And I have to admit, frankly, we have to, as Shakespeare said, at the time that was part of my English language, whether it's nobler in the mind to stand up against the sea of troubles and oppose against them. This is a choice. We have preferred, until recently, to address the situation in Ukraine as something that would go away or resolve by itself. And that was the legacy of 70 or more years of European peace. Therefore, we preferred actually to avoid confronting the reality and taking the hard decisions, including in Bulgaria. I will give you one example. We have pro-Atlantic forces dominate in the country, and by a wide margin. Yet in the last 10 years or so, the support, which is measured by opinion polls for NATO and the European Union, has gone down. There are two explanations. One is that the communication to the people is basically flawed or has some hiccups, or that people have started to disassociate them or not to understand why our joining NATO was in their interest. Our politicians have failed in sustaining that level of support by actually engaging in policies that, in the mindset of the ordinary Bulgarian, are associated with NATO. We have leading politicians that are associated with corruption, and the same guy preaches pro-Atlantic values. And there is a inconsistency. You can't have them both. Anyhow, I would skip this line of analysis just to say that we would witness in the next 2 to 3 months, because of the importance of Bulgaria and the importance Bulgaria can play in the counter-offensive in Ukraine, we'll see the confrontation going up in a dramatic way. I'm saying that it does not bear reference only to the likelihood of us having a regular government, which is very important. The reason why it's important to have a regular government is that the interim governments of President Radev are, they're driving a new wedge of division in Bulgaria between, they call the people who want to support Ukraine warmongers, while identifying them with the alternative, which is peace lovers. But if you note what happens under the aegis of peace lovers, it's all those who are pro-Kremlin, who are engaged in marches on the street in the name of peace. Peace is, in their terminology, is supporting the Kremlin in stopping the war or freezing the war. Now, because Vessel asked me to focus on the economic and energy security, I would skip the political part and focus on economy and energy. Now, I've published an article yesterday on, particularly that is, I believe it's important. It actually, I'm alerting of a risk that is associated with Turkey and the Turkish gas hub and the new string project that could be a boon, but it could be a bane also. It's intertwined. Why I'm referring to that for Russia, it's an existential issue whether it is able to amplify its success on Turk Stream, because it failed in the Nord Stream. And at the moment, there are about 60 billion cubic meters of gas that are desperate to find market. The Netherlands yesterday said that, scusi, we would not import any more LNG or any other Russian gas. So the only point of entry, likely entry, is through Turkey. And of course, we're pinning a lot of hopes on the outcome in the presidential elections in Turkey, but frankly, how many of you believe that Mr. Erdogan would lose after so many years of building his autocracy? Autocrats never go. He would do everything in his powers to remain, because Erdogan has no place in opposition. He needs to, and he has a lot of projects. That's why he started with the Sakarya field. He started, well, that is not entirely a full blown operation producing from the Sakarya field, but it's still indigenous production. But his main point is to accommodate Russian gas into this huge Turkish gas hub, to shift the benchmark of TTF from the Netherlands to Turkey, and basically define the terms of which gas is sold on the European market from Turkey. So you have instantly, you're facing the risk of our transit system operator engaging in preferential agreements with Turkey and BOTAŞ, and the ability of our transit system to ship those quantities is limited. It's not more than 18 billion. Now, you have 60 billion of excess gas going into Turkey, and in the meantime, you also have the ability to import LNG from Greece. Now, the difference between importing LNG and other gas from Greece is that Greece is part of the EU, therefore it complies with EU regulations, and Turkey has made a deliberate point of avoiding or not complying with sanctions and playing its own ball game with Mr. Putin. Now, this is geoenergy, as they call it, so because it's high stakes. But these high stakes ultimately end up in Bulgaria, because the Turk Stream, many believe that it was just because of Mr. Borisov and Mr. Putin and stuff like that. No, it was an arrangement made between Mohammed bin Salman, people in the Trump administration, and Mr. Putin. Without this high-level strategic understanding, the Turk Stream would have never flown. Now, at the moment, we're luckily in a better position now, because Madame Merkel has gone, Mr. Trump is no more in the White House, but we don't have to underestimate the ability of these people to use every single lever, particularly even including European Commission bureaucracy, because the reaction to this is always somewhat lenient. Now, I refer to those as risks. They are not certainties. They're just, I'm alerting on risks. In terms of crude oil, the things are even worse. We have a derogation for the Neftachem, and that's fine. The problem with that this derogation has a time limit until the end of next year. And within this period, we have to shift from Russian crude to alternative crude. The Lukoil guys because of the sanctions, are incapable, basically, of buying anything other than Russian crude oil, because they don't have the access to funds. That's why they're forced to leave ownership of their refinery, ISAB, in Sicily. But the way they exited from their ownership in this refinery was that they used a front, a fake company that is at the moment investigated by the Italian government. Why? Because it might be a backdoor deal. The Cyprus company, Israeli company, anyhow. We are faced with a risk of Lukoil being unable to deliver on our promise to diversify gas supplies. And I'm talking about we even ignore the non-Russian gas that is in the Black Sea Basin, crude oil, which exits from Georgia and Supsa, and it is Kazakhstan oil and Azeri oil. Now, few of us could understand the logic behind Azeri crude reaching Hungary and not reaching Bulgaria, just across the sea. You don't even have to leave the Bosphorus. The problem with crude oil also extends to fuels. Why? Because fuels are one of the main export lines from Russia that is entering via Turkey into the European market. Basically, what Turkey plays is, I call it the play with the certificates of origin. Import Russian gas, it becomes part of the Turkish gas mix, therefore its origin is Turkish gas mix. Import fuel into Turkey, you change certificates, it becomes Turkish, and it can enter EU. So there is a clear potential for sanctions avoidance, and if I have to call one thing that is a particular vulnerability of EU policy is that I would not put the stress on new sanctions rather than controlling the existing sanctions, or particularly the avoidance of those sanctions. The problem for Bulgaria, and that's where I end, is that we don't get the best deal for us because we pay more for crude than anybody. The average price that has been announced by the Russian Ministry of Finance of Russian crude has been $51 per barrel. We pay more than 72, well above the ceiling of 60. So where is the deal for Bulgarians? There's no deal. Somebody's benefiting hugely, but it's not Bulgarian consumers. The same with gas. Last year, the average TTF price, therefore where the benchmark for Bulgarian regulated price should have been, was 44 euros per megawatt hour. The actual price was 50. And within this mix, you have the Azeri gas, which is even the cheapest. It's a lot below. So at the end, you don't get a good deal because somebody is benefiting hugely. And that is a direct hit into Bulgaria's energy security, dash Bulgaria's economic security, dash Bulgarian national security.
Okay. I think this was a good illustration of what weaponization of energy and of economy can mean. This makes the picture even more complicated, I believe. If you already have comments and questions, please raise your hand now. I don't know how much time Mr. Buzilov would give us because we started a bit later. Maybe we can go 10 minutes longer? Okay. Yes? Okay. There is a question over there, and maybe if we can pass a microphone. if you could please introduce yourselves as well.
Thank you. Raphael Bossong, German Institute for International Security Affairs. I'm also later on and hope to make it complimentary. So thanks for these great starting inputs. I mostly have some questions on the first presentation, although the energy question is also super interesting. Well, allow me, I'm a German and I have lived a long time in the UK, but now that you're out, to me it sounds a little bit too skeptical of the EU, what you just presented. And I know it's warts and all, and we know that European strategic autonomy is still definitely in many ways a pipe dream, but I think you underplayed that a little bit. Just two things, and just as a question to react to. The first one is, and that goes far beyond your remarks, to me it's somewhat surprising that even in the long term, nobody considers that the EU itself has a mutual defense clause. I mean, I know credibility is a question, but it is there. And if you think about 10 years down the line, it's not completely, I think in my view, crazy to think that we can also think about that and not just about Article 5 on top of other forms of guarantees that are needed. But my other question is, you mentioned this number of 400. I don't know where this comes from. I mean, I think in principle it's plausible. And also, of course, the UK and France have had recent declarations and they have a special relationship. But I'm a bit more cautious why are you so optimistic about this? Again, not everything has to run through Brussels. The EDA or mutual procurement is very difficult. I understand that. Nonetheless, I mean, isn't there a somewhat more broader argument to make than this is just France wanting this? I think in the longer run, we cannot just do with a patchwork of asking the South Koreans or whoever else is able to cough up couple of thousands or 10,000s of shells. I mean, there needs to be some medium-term planning for a sustained arms industry. And I think that's just something I didn't hear from your remarks. Thank you.
Would you allow me to add a question on your EU reflections, because I think it fits to what was just asked on European strategic autonomy. You said it's not possible for Ukraine to become EU member unless it has enough security guarantees or it becomes NATO member. This is not the case for the Western Balkans. Not all Western Balkan candidate countries are going to be NATO members. And so isn't that taken, let's say, too harshly? Because I think at the end of the day, the process of starting negotiations with the EU is also going to chart the path for Ukraine of reforming itself after the war.
Shall I respond?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Perhaps I'll start with the last question, and perhaps it leads into the first question. It's obviously a very different situation in the Western Balkans and Ukraine. I mean, Ukraine is at war, and I think we don't exactly know how the war is going to end, but as I say, I think that the starting assumption is that Russia will remain a hostile actor. There's very little evidence that the Russian elite, beyond Putin, has a significantly different view of the world and Ukraine than does President Putin, and just the way that now we are in a confrontation with Russia suggests that this is a long-term threat, and I think we see this in terms of planning. So therefore, if we look at Ukraine is going to be in that situation where it's going to face that issue. So I mean, fundamentally, security has to be guaranteed to Ukraine. But this goes wider than that. I mean, I think if we look at the last 20 years, probably we could say it is the failing of the transatlantic community to provide security to Eastern Europe, to the South Caucasus, is what has stopped enlargement happening, because it hasn't been possible to enlarge because Russia has always been able to counter whatever we tried to do through its security card, and we saw that with Armenia. We see that today in the way that Georgia is sort of pulled towards Russia because it has to balance, despite having this close sort of relationship to the EU. Moldova, of course, has struggled. So Belarus has essentially now become part of Russia's security space because of these cards. So unless we can provide that security, I don't believe that economic relations can advance. And so even the process itself, without that security guarantee, I think will invite Russian meddling. They will have the cards to do it. And you know, despite the mutual security clause within the EU, there's also a risk, of course, that if membership is extended, and Russia does this, the EU finds itself essentially with one of its members at war with Russia. And how can that really be a realistic proposition for the EU to take on Russia in that context? So we have to find a security relationship that protects Ukraine. And then, of course, I think the only really realistic one is some kind of United States involvement. But at least I was in Washington 10 days ago, and I sort of asked the Assistant Secretary of Eurasian Affairs about NATO's role in respect to Ukraine, and he said it's about training and it's about capacity building. So the membership issue, I think, is very far, at least at this moment, from Washington. Now, of course, there's going to be a lot of pressure coming up to Vilnius, particularly from the Central European countries, from Ukraine, to address this issue. But at least at the moment, I don't see that the US is in a position where it's ready to do that. And then I think this then takes me on to...
Isn't that a NATO problem rather than a US problem? Because we see that NATO has been basically distant for reasons that have to do with internal processes in NATO.
I mean, NATO is ultimately a full-spectrum military alliance that relies, in last resort, on the nuclear option. And the US is really the only... I mean, France doesn't commit its nuclear forces to NATO, so France is not a European nuclear guarantor in that sense. The UK does, but it has relatively small nuclear forces, and they are sort of at the strategic level. So when you look at Russia, which is a nuclear power, then guaranteeing security against a nuclear power has to be matched by that balance. And of course, the EU is not a nuclear country, so again, a war involving an EU position versus Russia, which has nuclear weapons, again, it's very hard to understand how that plays out. So I mean, so my skepticism about the EU is just, as I say, I think that this, when I look at Europe, I don't see a Europe. What I see is many different Europes, which the EU is part, NATO is part, minilateralism is part. So Europe itself is a kind of alphabet soup of security relations, and that we are a little bit, I think, at risk if we focus only on the big multilateral organizations of understanding how European security is evolving. And I think that the shift to the east of European security puts the emphasis more on the informal, minilateral security assurances that Ukraine will get, rather than the big multilateral guarantees which we are kind of focused on often as analysts, because I'm not sure that balance of power politics is going to actually see us. I mean, I may be proved wrong, but this at this stage, I think it's hard to see how that is going to happen. And I think there is also a risk that those processes can be very long. That Ukraine ends up essentially sitting in a waiting room. Sweden has already faced that with Turkey, because it's not just Russia that is now part of this wider European security challenge, as I think as the case of Turkey has been brought up. I mean, Turkey has its own strategic autonomy. It doesn't primarily view European security through the framework of NATO. It has a much wider Turkish national interest, which it's playing out in the South Caucasus, in the Black Sea, in the Middle East. And it's not just President Erdogan who has these views. These, I think, if you look at the opposition, even if there's a shift in power in terms of personalities, I think that Turkey's foreign and security policy will probably not change dramatically with a different administration. And so how we manage these issues, I think, is if Ukraine is left in a process, others will begin to build their relationships with Ukraine and around the region, sort of alongside that process. We may never get to the end state, I think, unless we step in quickly now with our own new kinds of relationships.
And maybe if you want to also take the issue on arming, on European defense industries,
yeah,
sustaining the effort.
I mean, I think, again, on the analyst side, there's often a focus that it's rational to have a single kind of armaments purchasing system that lowers costs and it builds strategic autonomy. I mean, I think that's true in a sense, but if you look at the way that actually arms purchases happen, that's only one part. People buy weapon systems because they need them now. And so people are buying from South Korea because South Korea can deliver 1,000 tanks in the next couple of years, where Europe's going to take 10 years to build the capacity. Fundamentally, they often buy weapon systems because they want to build trust with a partner. And that's why many European countries are buying American weapons. I mean, they're often the best, they're the most expensive, but it's also a way of tying in a relationship to the United States. They buy with their neighbors because they want to have those relationships. So if you look in Europe, many sort of small groups of European countries are actually working together. So certainly it would make sense to buy some things like ammunition as a collective, but I think that the reality of weapons purchasing is not a sort of an economic efficiency model. There's many other parts to that process, and sort of you can certainly try to overcome those, but it's going to be very difficult to suddenly just have a commission directive that we should all sort of rationally buy weapons through this source. And we see that, I think this does play out in the ammunition question, is that beneath the level of the kind of high-level discussions about visions of European security are national interests. I mean, some countries have very internationalized arms industries. Sweden and others are integrated into American and US arms production. France has its national one. So, I mean, those kind of interests, again, how you can't really necessarily sweep those aside, particularly in the midst of a war, when you might take 10 or 15 years to reorientate your arms industry.
In a strange way, it turns out that in Bulgaria, the fact that we have not reorientated our arms industry proved to be helpful to Ukrainians. I wonder, however, how long we can put this off. But anyhow, maybe I will ask also one question to Ilian at this point. Looking at the whole issue of security guarantees and the web of bilateral and unilateral agreements across Europe, we're trying to recreate some sort of a security architecture that works for us. However, if we have a rogue Russia that is totally unpredictable, I guess the issue for us Europeans, and especially for the smaller countries that, coming back to the beginning of your presentation, is how to make ourselves, so to say, Russia-proof. How to make ourselves less vulnerable to whatever erratic things happen over there. So I guess my question is twofold. What do you think the Russia trajectory is? But also, what do you think the smaller, more vulnerable states should be doing to insulate themselves from that unpredictability risk?
In terms of Russia, I believe it would grow more belligerent, and as you know, at the moment, the only threat that Mr. Putin facing is from the Tova patriots, the Wagners and the like. And so therefore, I think for one reason he plays it to the Western public so that they take him as a lesser evil. It's absolutely beyond imagination that he would step down. So it's an existential fight for him. Therefore, it simply doesn't have any way to go but to be more aggressive. Accommodating some sort of truce, of course, he's trying to freeze the conflict, but bad news would still come from Russia in big numbers. I mean, we don't see any democracy, any chance for anyone. And because political life and social life in Russia would be more and more militarized, you simply would find it very difficult to identify any political forces that you can cooperate with. Now, in terms of what small countries can do, treat vulnerabilities, expose and address vulnerabilities. That's our weakest point. We avoid the reality check. We pretend that, okay, because there are parties in Bulgaria and a lot of people are dependent on our Euro-Atlantic bond, on being part of EU, so they would not challenge this membership. However, for the first time, we have a party in Parliament, or not for the first time, but we have a definite party in Parliament that is on the rise in terms of popularity. And it's not only because it's pro-Kremlin. A lot of people are betting on this party as the alternative, not because Russia can offer any alternative, but it's the skeptics. People are unhappy with what they have achieved, so they convert this sort of lack of trust into opposition, passive opposition. And this is not being treated. Media has access. Our vulnerability to Russian economic influence is we don't have chief prosecutor that is addressing the issue. Our secret services are casting a blind eye. Okay, from time to time we expel diplomats, but anytime we expel diplomats, we don't prosecute their local cohorts, so the support groups. So, and that has allowed Russia's influence to expand well beyond its natural sort of area of where it can source its support from. And that's why the image of Bulgaria being pro-Russian, you recall the 80% that are pro-Russian, it's a fallacy, it's nonsense. But in the social web and the networks, the Vozrozheny guys and the Russians are having, they're having their heyday there. I mean, they are the most active, they are well organized, and it's not because it's manpower that they can onboard stuff. No, they have gone to absolutely technological heights. Russia is supporting them with, technologically wise, they are quite outweighed anything that, because our pro-Atlantic community is split. And that's why I'm trying to sort of focus on the next 2 to 3 months, that it's essential that pro-Atlantic community comes to terms in Bulgaria and produces a government, because it's critical. The outcome of this war in Ukraine would have a tremendous consequences for world order in the region, in Bulgaria, in Europe, and that's why we have to prioritize, we have to focus. This is the most essential and important task.
Okay, so first step in tackling vulnerabilities is have a government.
Yes.
That's quite good. We have now, I think, our last chance. No. Jordan is telling me no. I'm very sorry. We have to close then here. I thank very much to our two speakers. I invite you to a coffee break and to the next interesting panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We'll start with the next panel, which is a conversation with Mr. DeSantis, who I see is waiting for us. Hello, Mr. DeSantis. We'll start.
How are you?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Той ли ще е прав? Нали?
Не, почвате.
Както си ми казал. Сега, аз се бях приготвила на английски да говоря. I have the privilege to I have the privilege to be moderating this part of the conference. So I would like first to present Mr. Karaboev. He's a well-known figure, one of the most prominent foreign affairs journalists in Bulgaria, with a vast amount of articles, analysis, interviews, more than 30 years of experience, currently deputy editor-in-chief of Dnevnik. But what is most important for us is that he is also part of different training projects for both young politicians and journalists, and this is a particularly important topic for us in training politicians and journalists in media literacy, in fighting disinformation, in promoting the right messages to our society. And the topics we will cover are first to outline the security environment in general and particularly for Bulgaria, risks and threats, and what NATO means for Bulgaria and what Bulgaria means for NATO. I just want to briefly stress once again that according to NATO strategic concept, Russia poses the main and most direct threat to all the allies and to the Euro-Atlantic security, peace and stability. And the war of aggression in Ukraine has not just regional but a global impact on both the international security and the rule-based order. In fact, lack of proper capacities, defense capacities and resilience capacities and proper policy in place for NATO would make it ineffective to defend our nation. So this is our main goal as allies being part of this organization. And here the hybrid domain is really the most significant for us. As it was mentioned before, threats in cyberspace and in cyberspace could lead to invoking Article 5 of the North Atlantic Treaty. What is the most significant here is that the hybrid space would be the battlefield for the foreseeable future for all of us. Regardless what would be the result of the war in Ukraine, this will be the main topic for all of our nations to prepare and to build capabilities to resist it. Here Bulgaria is obviously one of the most vulnerable states in that regard. The threats and the risks come from interference in the electoral process, cyber and informational operations, using cultural, religious, or other types of ties for malign interference and influence, and energy dependency, as it was mentioned before. And on what NATO is for Bulgaria, it's really crucial for our public and society to know that NATO is not an abstract structure. NATO is a vivid body, and all of our countries are being part of the discussions there, part of the decisions, and all of us are responsible for fulfilling what we decide there. And on the other side of the coin, what Bulgaria is for NATO, being in such a difficult position as a target for vast amount of disinformation and hybrid threats, it's really important that NATO plays a crucial role in helping us as allies in cooperating and being part of different teams with other allies as well. As it was mentioned, we have really significant projects with the UK colleagues, with the US colleagues as well, but this is not enough for us, and we need further assistance in that regard to prevent Bulgaria being a testing ground for even for different narratives that are used widely in the region. I think that's enough.
A couple of words for our other guest, for Mr. DeSantis, probably. He's online, he can hear us.
All right.
Yes, I can.
Okay.
I can hear you, yeah.
Mr. DeSantis is a well-familiar figure in NATO HQ. He also has more than 30 years of experience in NATO. He's currently head of the engagements section of the Public Diplomacy Division. Previous to that, he was head of the Middle East and North Africa division at the PASP division in NATO, and he is primarily engaged exactly with topics promoting NATO's role and helping allies in the topics we just outlined. So without further ado, I will first give the floor to you, Peter, and afterwards to Mr. DeSantis.
Thank you for inviting me. I'm sorry for our foreign guests, but I'll turn into Bulgarian because I think it will be a little bit easier for me, and I hope that Mr. DeSantis can hear us. Няколко думи за тези, които не познават медията, за която работя. Икономедия е медийна група, към която принадлежи моето издание Дневник, казано съвсем накратко и доста с подсилени краски.
Actual Дневник.
Икономист група, тъй като ценностите, които следваме, професионалните принципи, които
values, the principles we follow and implement, and the scope of our publishing group, so organizing expert conferences as well, seems to cover this international renowned factor that the Economist Group is. What I would like to talk about now is what the context of the security and foreign policy is like in Bulgaria, considering the feeling of people of what does Bulgaria actually belong to in terms of media. We are media. We are not the government. We are not a party, but we do speak to experts and political parties and governments. The discussions we lead make us be very worried, sometimes even scared. And let me tell you why with 3 simple examples. First, let me share you data from an opinion poll that was publicly spread by NATO, available alongside the annual report of the Secretary General. It was published last month. It was carried out in November by a French company in all countries, including Finland and Sweden. According to that, only 45% of Bulgarians say that they trust NATO. 31% do not trust the organization, and 11% of this group are the most extreme, not trust at all. Second fact, almost 50% of Bulgarians do not want to protect an ally in NATO if necessary, if they be attacked. An even lower result given by Iceland. But on the other hand, 68% of those asked want NATO to protect Bulgaria in a critical situation. Third fact. 52% want to spend more for defense. And that is one of the if I'm not mistaken, we're leading #1 among all countries with the highest expectations and desires to increase our expenditures for defense. And fourth fact, 55% would hypothetically, if a referendum occurs, would vote for remaining in NATO if exit referendum was held. So you can see we have a very contradictory situation at first glance, at least, where Bulgaria is a member of NATO. Bulgarians understand the value and significant contribution that this organization has for their protection and defense, but they don't really seem to feel as though they belong in terms of values. They do not understand what the country can contribute with in terms of the shared collective security. They want more expenditures in the defense sector. They know that it's underfunded, but what actually do we want this money for? What do we want to invest it in? That's another question. The second thing I would like to touch upon as a topic is what the business thinks about in this environment. A friend of mine in the consultancy sector for many years, he's been working in the States with local companies as well. He wrote a comparison between what foreigners told him in the beginning of the century, 20 years ago, and what they tell him now when he asks, why do investors still avoid Bulgaria? Well, at least to the extent that we want them to come here, actually. The person replied, noting 6 factors, and I think you all know them. I'll go straight to the 6th factor, which is entirely new. Increasing political risk in investments in Bulgaria, which seems to be in the NATO and EU, but persistently speaks against them, or speaks about leaving them, but speaks about no to the Eurozone, even no to the currency board anymore. So there's a very unclear geopolitical orientation in Bulgaria, which does raise concern. He says 20 years ago there were just 3 factors: corruption, infrastructure, and taxes. Basically, we fixed the problem with the taxes because they're low, but we didn't solve the other 2 problems. We still added geopolitical risk. And the third thing I would like to use to show what the situation looks like from the point of view of media. In terms of security, in terms of how we talk, the discourse about security. An interview 2 years ago, at the eve of the 6th of May, this for our foreign guests, I would like to underline, is a very significant national holiday. It's the Day of Bravery and Bulgarian Army. It's actually next Saturday. So a colonel, reserve colonel from the Bulgarian Army, gives an interview for a paper, and there's this question: is there a parade for this day, celebratory parade, that you will never forget? He says, my favorite parade was the field parade at the end of that Shield 82 memorable training. Do you know what that is? The most biggest strategic training for Warsaw and the SSSR, the USSR. It was known as the nuclear war. There were strategic intercontinental rockets. Cosmos 1359 or 79, if I'm not mistaken, also was launched. A plan for launching actual astronauts to observe a nuclear war from above, a preventive nuclear attack, and then leading a war in a nuclear environment. And the end was a debarkment in Bulgaria, and there was a scenario where there were no more than 20% of Bulgaria left. It was entirely occupied by NATO counterforces. Then there would be a counterattack going up to Constantinople, Istanbul, and continuing up until Ankara. And what does this guy say? He believes that Bulgaria has broken the link between army and people. What does he think about the Ukrainian crisis that will in less than a year grow up into a war, a military conflict? I'd just like to say that this person is the chief of the political cabinet of the Minister of Defense. So that's what the situation looks like from the point of view of media, the terms of security, of defense, of Bulgaria. Who can we ask? What do we get as results? we get quite contradictory, uncertain pro-Atlantic response, and a debate that unfortunately is not existing at the necessary level. And with this, I'll wrap up. Here we have had 5 times general elections in the last 2 years, and the discussion of security and defense never made it to the debates.
All right, just shortly, I cannot avoid it. This is the most negative picture,
yes,
but
definitely.
we are also consulting with our colleagues in NATO HQ the same data. What we see here is a very high percentage of people who support, as you mentioned, the defense spending. It's almost double the average data for NATO. The perception of NATO is very high as well, the high awareness and high self-evaluation of knowledge. And some other favorable data as well on collective deterrence and defense, on membership as deterrent. And what is the concern here, as you mentioned, is in fact that the numbers of people who are against staying a member of NATO is growing. And here, in fact, we see, because there is a huge discrepancy in the positive data comparing to this last one, this is in fact for us a result of targeted disinformation and malign influence. Because what is not visible for the vast majority of the society is how well orchestrated, how well financed, and how well targeted is a Bulgarian society, all levels of the Bulgarian society, to disinformation and to malign influence.
In the context of not working professionally Bulgarian media sector, which is something
I leave
different,
that to you,
and we can approach this
What
later.
is our take is that it should be a whole of government and whole of society approach. Each one of us has a role to play in building the resilience of our country. It's our national responsibility, of course, but here is the role also of the alliance we are a member of, to receive support for a country which is vulnerable as ours. And something else as well, we are not alone in that exercise.
Yes,
most of the countries in the Euro-Atlantic space are also a target of such an influence and interference. And that's why we have to become stronger in helping each other rather than being alone in that exercise. Even the biggest NATO members are also influenced, their electoral process are influenced really heavily, and there is huge data coming out on that as well. All right. Mr. DeSantis, I think that now is the right moment for you to step into the discussion.
Thank you very much. I hope you can all hear me.
Yeah, great.
All right. Thank you, first of all, for inviting me. I would like to thank Jordan Bozilov for the great work he always puts into the Sofia Security Forum, which is an important meeting, an annual meeting. I am sorry that I couldn't be also this year with you, but the possibility to have a discussion with you is for me very important, and especially because already in what Mr. Karabev said and what you said, Ambassador, I think that the effort that we have to make is to continue to repeat the good news. In other words, a lot of people have ideas about NATO, but a lot of people don't know what NATO does. So it is important that you give us this opportunity to provide a better understanding of NATO's policies and goals at a very important, challenging time. And of course, the discrepancy of data that you also outlined also tell us how confusing the current international environment is. The repercussions on civil society are change from country to country. And that's why we need to continue to do this work, to multiply the occasions in which we can talk, we can meet, and we can deepen these issues and bring together different perceptions. People will always have different perceptions, but on our part, on the part of NATO, we want to provide a correct understanding, a better understanding of NATO's policies and goals. This is particularly important now because the Euro-Atlantic area is not at peace. We have Europe at war, And we have a conflict in Ukraine, which has a potential of spillover. And so we are not only defending Ukraine because it is morally right to provide assistance to a country which is, the object of an illegal attack and aggression, which is killing, thousands of people, but also because we are there making a strong, sending a strong signal. The fact that Russia bears the responsibility for having violated the norms and principles that contributed since the end of the Cold War until now to a new security environment, a stable and predictable security environment. With the end of the Cold War, a lot of people, including Bulgaria, looked at NATO as an umbrella. If you are part under this umbrella, you're safe. If you're outside, you are less safe. And unfortunately, this is what this conflict reminds us. In 1991 at the Rome summit, NATO made public its strategic concept because during the Cold War, the strategic concept of NATO, the four strategic concepts in the evolution of NATO's political and military strategy were classified documents. With the end of the Cold War, starting in Rome in November 1991, these have become public documents because we wanted to tell all of the people how important was for NATO to lend a hand of friendship to the countries, to the emerging democracies of Central and Eastern Europe, to countries coming out of the Warsaw Pact and the former Soviet Union, and Russia itself. Because since November 1991, through the North Atlantic Cooperation Council, in 1994 through the Partnership for Peace, in 1997 with the Permanent Joint Council, Russia has been included in this new security equation, in this new security order, one order which has been until now an order of security, stability, and peace. But Russia has shattered peace. Russia has undermined all of these efforts, the way in which we have progressively built cooperative security. We have internationalized security. We have extended security not only to NATO member countries, but also to partner countries. And the Partnership for Peace was very important because through democratic control of the armed forces, transparency of defense budget, and interoperability, we have built a new cultural cooperation, one which would be based on multilateralism. And it is because of this work that Ukraine, this training, this working together with NATO, sharing expertise that now Ukraine, with the help of other countries, can defend itself, building on that cultural cooperation. Because, of course, we wanted countries to be more resilient vis-a-vis the threats that they could face domestically through terrorism and internationally. And, of course, the threat that has come out against Ukraine now has, with the help of many years of training with NATO through the Partnership for Peace, enabled this country to be resilient. And so the first message is we live in a very difficult and unprecedented security environment in which, of course, the issues that you are raising, the issue of perception, the confusion also is something that we also have to take into account and we have to work on. Of course, because there is a lot of disinformation going on, the unity that the allies have shown, but also the unity together with partner countries in condemning and resisting this attack against a sovereign nation is being challenged through a variety of tools, to hybrid warfare, disinformation. That is why what you're doing today is particularly important. You said that the Russian Federation is the most significant and direct threat to alliance security and to the peace and stability of the Euro-Atlantic area, quoting the strategic concept. You asked me to look if although the initial debate you didn't mention, but when I was invited to talk about in the perspective of the Vilnius summit. So I think that the best way, of course, the Vilnius summit decisions will be taken there. There is a preparatory work that through different meetings of foreign minister and defense minister is underway, in addition to the work of the Permanent Council to define the agenda and to define very well the items which upon which the NATO's heads of state and government will be called upon taking decisions. But of course, Vilnius is the continuation of the Madrid summit. At the Madrid summit, NATO leaders decided a fundamental shift in our defense and deterrence. And this is because we need to take into account the new security realities in Europe. And that is why, I would say that the Vilnius will be important as a further step in the implementation of the strategic concept, its main core security tasks, deterrence and defense, crisis prevention and management, and cooperative security. That is how we're going to continue to work with our partners so that we can contribute to this multilateral culture in the security sphere in a most effective way. Now, NATO doesn't wish to, is not seeking any confrontation. We doesn't wish to have any confrontation, and we pose no threat to the Russian Federation. But of course, part of this adaptation, which is crucial, is in advancing the continuous adaptation of the alliance, I would say, political and military strategy. Fundamentally, deterrence and defense, we have to look at this at different dimensions. It's not only a conventional threat, which is clear, but there are also, a number of security challenges coming in different domains. So maintaining secure access and the possibility to use space and cyberspace is essential also to our deterrence and defense. You also mentioned before the possibility that a cyber attack could trigger Article 5, so I'm not going to repeat that, but that is why it is important that this continuous adaptation of deterrence and defense takes into account not only of the threat posed by the Russian Federation, but the fact that today security challenges are more globalized in character, and that is why the alliance has to deal with that. The People's Republic of China is also something which is very much of a concern. Of course, we would like this country to have a response, to act as a responsible actor of the international community, but unfortunately, its stated ambitions, its coercive policies and actions, are key for countering this. Is also important because they are challenging our security interests and our values. So the People's Republic of China is modernizing its conventional arsenals, is modernizes nuclear forces, is using new technologies and capabilities, and it's unclear what is doing this. In the strategic concept, we say it remains opaque with regards to its real aim. Why is it doing all of this military buildup? Also, the malicious cyber and hybrid operations China is conducted, the fact that it uses economy also as a coercive tool to establish dependencies, and also especially with regard to infrastructures which are key to the security of NATO member countries and partners, is a major reason of concern. Its presence alongside Russia in other theaters, including in Africa, is also something that we need to take into account. Of course, the alliance more than 1 year ago, in response to the military aggression invasion of Ukraine, has adopted the major reinforcement in NATO's history since the end of the Cold War. We have deployed 40,000 troops in our members to the east. We have, of course, increased the battle groups in the east from 4 to 8, from the Baltic to the Black Sea. And we've, of course, enhanced the NATO response force, increased the numbers of our readiness forces up to, for well over, I would say, 300,000. So the alliance is reinforcing, the alliance is at the same time looking at Vilnius in the perspective of further updating our deterrence and defense and our military strategy. But we're doing this in a 360 degrees approach. Another important, and fundamentally, I think you will see in Vilnius that we will beef up our assistance to Ukraine, the comprehensive plan that the Secretary General has announced as a multi-year one, in which the allies will have to commit, but also then will have to provide further assistance to Ukraine for as long as it takes until this conflict, hopefully at some point, this whole conflict will end. And as I was saying, we're doing this also involving our partners. It's what the allies like to define as 360-degree approach, because as I said, together with the deterrence and defense, crisis prevention and crisis management, the key security task of the alliance is to work with our partners, cooperative security. We have a broad, I would say, variety of countries coming from different security backgrounds, from North Africa to the Pacific. And of course, their contribution is very important. It can be expected that, of course, this is going to be another key features of the Vilnius summit, one where the allies will have to take decisions. I'm looking at the watch, and so I'm trying to keep within the time that you gave me. And so I think I will stop here for the moment. And now I think we'll move to the most interesting part, which is, of course, a discussion with all of you. And I will be ready to take any questions you may have for me. Thank you.
The concept and our vision, rather NATO should remain regional or a global organization. Now all of us are convinced that having in mind that the nature of the threat is global, NATO cannot restrain itself of being just a regional organization, and maintaining a global network of partnerships as part of the cooperative security is one of the most important pillars, in fact, to face these threats and risks that are stemming from that challenge.
So if I can say here, the issue is not so much that NATO as becoming a global organization, becomes a regional organization legally in terms as an intergovernmental, I would say, organization, but it's rather than the security challenges and threats in today's complex world have become more multinational and transnational in character. And that is why, so they have become more global. And that is why NATO has to deal with these challenges, because the core essential function of NATO is to provide for the security of its members so that our democracies can flourish in a secure environment. So it's not so much going global, but rather than because security threats are globalizing characters, the alliance has to refine the way in which we'll address them.
Thank you very much, Nicola. Now, without further ado, the floor is open for questions and answers.
Okay, probably I should talk a little bit more about the problem with the media and the communicating the question of national security and foreign policy in Bulgaria. Three things I would mention that they are problematic. First of all, it's acceptable to sadly to great extent that the quality of journalism in Bulgaria and media freedom is very low. It's mentioned in a couple of occasions by organizations like Reporters Without Borders, etc. But concerning the specific topic of this meeting, first of all, the basic problem is deprofessionalization of Bulgarian journalism concerning the security, national security and foreign policy. There was a well-developed group of my colleagues, let's say 10 to 15 years ago, who understood this area, who had a contact with the guys in uniforms, with the politicians, with the foreign ministry. Somehow this thing disappeared completely. And you have very young generation, which is not, how to say it, well educated, but they lack the intuition what might happen, why this some things from the past are so dangerous? What about the trust towards the new partners and the distrust towards the former empire we belong to? Then the second problem, do we know Bulgarian officers, I mean military guys, are taught how to communicate with journalists? I don't know what happens in military academy here in Sofia in this field. Never been invited by the leaders of military academy. Just come here to know each other, to talk each other. We're just normal guys, Bulgarians, obviously sharing the same values. Nothing like this happened for many years. And the third thing is that to a great extent in the political field, in the parliament, and in the media, unfortunately, the conversation about the defense and security turned to be a conversation about the money, full stop. About the projects, about the corruption, about the wrong priorities, but not about the values, about self-confidence, that we belong to the mightiest military political alliance in the world, that foreign diplomats, ambassadors I'm talking to in Sofia are telling me, actually you are a good partner looking from abroad. In Brussels, in New York, in the United Nations, your country, when it has to vote, votes the right way with us. But internally, Bulgarians even don't know that Bulgarian diplomats are facing these choices and have to vote. And that's why when you ask them about the status of the military, they said, give them money so they will have a better social status. But the conversation should be, they need better social status to defend the country, to fight and to win the wars. And this, the final part, is almost totally missing from the public and media debate.
Diplomats
part, you can
yes.
add
On the journalists, you're absolutely right. 10 to 15 years ago, we used to invest a lot of efforts in working with our media, in explaining Euro-Atlantic choices, values, etc. And it was a well-organized public campaign. Afterwards, we had high percentages of support for NATO membership in general, so we kind of took it for granted. At least that was our impression among the professionals in that sphere. And then things happened first in Georgia, then in Crimea, now in Ukraine, and we all woke up one day realizing that even our younger generations are being targeted as well and are part of this disinformation and a lack of knowledge, basic knowledge of what NATO, what EU means for us, how we stand with these two organizations, and it's a long road. And we have to start walking this path. What we are doing on the MOD training, I know that they are participating in several programs in strategic communications, but I could say what we are doing at the Foreign Affairs Ministry. We were the first ones to create a special unit on strategic communications and disinformation, which is for the moment a small one, but very active, and we are training our people from not just from the ministry, but we're also inviting people from other institutions, from the MOD, Ministry of Interior, the services, the Parliament, Council of Ministers. So we are organizing these trainings with colleagues from the UK, from the EU, US. It's a bottom-up approach, because we realize that we cannot have a bigger level of ambition, having in mind the current change of governments, but the ideal case for us would be to have a special Stratcom unit at the Council of Ministers and to have a proper strategic communication strategy and plans for and develop plans for promoting the Euro-Atlantic values. So we are starting the process. We know it takes lots of efforts. As it was mentioned, we are really satisfied that the proposal of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for becoming part of the hybrid center in Helsinki was approved yesterday. It was also a huge effort for our team at the ministry to have this approved. So it's step-by-step approach.
Yes,
that's how we see it.
If you allow me, I would ask Mr. DeSantis, could you please clarify, we are here usually trying to blame ourselves that we are the weakest point in the alliance, the most pro-Russian country. But in fact, as I'm talking to my colleagues from Central Europe, they have to great extent the same problems, even with the integrity of the officers' corps. Could you please share your observation? Is this specifically Bulgarian or, let's say, Southeastern Europe problem, or we shouldn't beat ourselves to the death by criticizing so much?
One question that I have, I see that there's a number of questions coming up, on the chat. Are we supposed also to answer those, or are you, bringing this together and then I will be asking, because I see a lot of people making questions
I suggest you
on the
start
chat. How does it work?
yeah.
When are you going to open the debate only to the people in the room?
Not at all. You feel free to reply to the questions from the chat as well.
Yeah, but maybe you want to also gather some questions from the audience so I can answer several questions, because I see we have 5 minutes
Yeah,
left.
we did one round, so I guess you start asking to the questions from the chat, because we are not able to see them, in fact, in the room, so it would be useful if you could.
Can you take also some from the audience? They
Sure,
may
sure.
want
Yes.
to.
Yes.
Just Mr. Bozilov will be...
Yeah. Hello, Mr. DeSantis. First of all, thank you for accepting our invitation. Hope that the next time we'll have you in person in Bulgaria. Just a very short question following what Mr. Karaboyev said. He gave us a pretty gloomy picture about the situation in Bulgaria, but how NATO works with the individual countries, what NATO can provide as support. I mean, we have to discuss this, we have to discuss the issue, what Bulgarian means for NATO, what NATO means for Bulgaria, but do you have specific programs, approaches, how we can work in the future? And I'm asking, my interest is particularly in the sphere of NGO. What you can do with the NGO sector, with think tanks, etc. Thank you. Yeah, sure. Sorry, I'm okay. Look, generally speaking, taking both the two questions as one, NATO is of course an intergovernmental organization, so it's up to your government whether it feels that there is any need for assistance in any field to raise the issue and seek the right expertise. So this on the governmental dimension. When we speak about NGOs and think tanks, NATO has a variety of programs. That's what my division does. I run the public relations part of this division, the engagement section. In French, the term is more clear than in English because it says relations publiques, la section de relations publiques. So it's the public relations section, which means we deal with think tanks, with NGOs, with civil society organization, all of those who are doing work, think tanks in the security policy field, of course, because NATO's added value is in the security field. We provide the support and grants to conferences like this one, but we also provide advice on projects and programs in order to maintain a vibrant civil society, in order to promote discussions, debate, like this one that we're having together now, so that we create also a circularity of ideas and we can promote a better understanding of NATO's policies, what NATO does also, and what NATO is. So civil society is really the field, the priority target group of our division. We also try to bring understanding among the parliamentarians of the Defense and Foreign Affairs committees of Parliament. That's why we have also a visit program, which we bring policymakers, parliamentarians to NATO together alongside
with visits of think tanks, and in particular attention we pay to the successor generation, to younger leaders, because it's also important that as generations who do not have the institutional memory of what and why this alliance was established, to continue to see the nexus with their own security and with today's life.
I believe we have time for one or two questions from the chat as well, if you would like to cover. Thank you.
I have lost them. Did somebody, there was one, I don't see them anymore. I don't know, was somebody in your staff, looking at them? I don't see the on my screen. The questions.
All right, I see one here. Does the extension of the threats mean more situations for triggering Article 5?
Well, the potential is there, of course. NATO remains a defensive alliance. The fundamental security task of the alliance is to deter war. So in other words, to make any potential adversary realize that it is not worthwhile. It's not in the security interest of that country to attack any of the NATO member countries, because the alliance would respond, and we will respond in a way that will inflict of a potential aggressor major casualties to de-escalate the conflict and bring it to the end. So deterrence and defense remain the prerogatives of the alliance, the core security task. But of course, the way in which we do, it depends on the evolution of the security challenges and threats that the allies face. And that is why we have a new strategic concept, which clearly addresses how we do that. And as we move towards Vilnius, we will further refine this process of adaptation of NATO's political and military strategy to deal with security challenges and threats. This process, of course, started in Madrid, as I said at the beginning, because we have a security environment which is very changed, very much different, has changed from the one that we had since 1991 up until 1.5 years ago. In which the emphasis was very much on cooperation in the security sphere, on helping countries and partners develop the defense capabilities to deal themselves with this crisis. And of course, this process continues and will continue in Vilnius. I would say the adaptation of NATO's political and military strategy never ends, is an ongoing process. And of course, in Vilnius, we will have another step further in this direction.
All right, and another one, which is also interesting. Dear Mr. DeSantis, kind greetings from Istanbul. Is the Chinese involvement in brokering peace may lead to challenge and or bypass the influence of Euro-Atlantic community?
Well, I think it is very premature to, assess now what this, communication, I would say, that the Chinese authority have conveyed to President Zelensky and to Ukraine. Time will tell. As we said in the strategic concept, we call the Russian Federation, the People's Republic of China, to act as a responsible international actor. First of all, not to support the war efforts of the Russian Federation, but also I would say that, for over 1 year, the People's Republic of China did not condemn the aggression against Ukraine. And, now it is up to Ukraine to develop this dialogue and see where it leads. I think it is premature that we draw any consequences for this first step, which is of course important, because at least the People's Republic of China has reached out to Ukraine, but time will tell.
Thank you. I would like to thank both of our panelists for sharing with us these insightful thoughts, and looking forward for the next panel.
It was a great panel. We touched upon many issues. Now I would like to invite participants in the following panel, which is on hybrid threats. First, Alexei and Vladimir, to be equipped with technical measures. I mean, you already have your brochure. Please, I think that you sit here. Yeah. I need you both with Alexei on these two chairs. Yeah, we'll now go deeper into one of the more pertinent issues, which is the fighting the hybrid warfare. Mr. Karaboev just mentioned that we don't have good communication between representatives of the military and the media, but how we can have good communication at lower level where we don't have strategic clarity at a very high level. And one of the issues here is, of course, the severity of hybrid attacks against Bulgaria. So we have excellent panelists. Mr. Alexei Aho, who works at the Hybrid COE, as we call it, the center which was named several times today as Bulgaria just recently joined it. Mr. Aho works in the center from 2018, and he's focused especially on work related to the resilience against hybrid threats, critical infrastructure and protection of critical infrastructure. And he also works on hybrid threats analysis. So we have Jesus Perez Triana, who is a defense analyst based in Madrid. He has worked as an intelligence analyst in the private sector. He has written extensively on irregular and unconventional warfare. His most recent publication is a chapter on Ukraine war and social media. And on my right-hand side, we have Simona Veleva, who holds a PhD degree in the field of constitutional law and constitutional and media law expert. She is a member of the Council of Electronic Media and also teaches media law, ethics, and human rights in a digital sphere in an American university in Bulgaria. And our next participant in the panel is Mr. Vladimir Petrescu. He is a long-term journalist and editor. He is currently media project coordinator at Metamorphosis Foundation in North Macedonia. He is doing an important job also as editor of the Macedonian Media Fact-Checking Service. Okay, we have the right panels to discuss these issues, but let me start by asking Alexei Aho about the hybrid COE. Just explain us what is the center about, what will be the positive for Bulgaria joining the center, but for the center having Bulgaria as a member.
Yeah, I mean, the annexation of Crimea was kind of wake-up call, and then EU and NATO started looking at the issue of hybrid threats more closely. And then in 2016, in joint communication by the European Commission and the High Representative to the European Parliament and Council, and there kind of originated the initiative to establish the European Centre of Excellence for countering hybrid threats. And then it was also supported by NATO in 2016 as well in EU-NATO joint declaration, and then in finally 2017 the center was established in Helsinki. And yeah, we started with 9 participating states, and the participation is basically open to all EU-NATO countries, and now we have 34 participating states after Bulgaria has joined. So I think it's a great achievement in 5.5 years, and also shows the need and there is to understand the hybrid threats and to counter them. So the center itself basically, where our aim is to kind of increase the capacities of our participating states to counter these threats and test new ideas and provide recommendations and share best practices. And also we have this more operational approach in our training and exercise. Bulgaria is also the Balkan region itself is a very important area in terms of hybrid threats. We see both China and Russia with high interest in the region. So it's also nice to see that Bulgaria has now joined the center, and we look forward to kind of see you in our events, and also to show, of course, every states have different priorities when it comes to hybrid threats. So that's also the way Bulgaria can show its interest in different areas and bring up also ideas where we should also focus on. So that's.
Okay, great. Looking forward of developing different formats and forms of cooperation. Let me ask Jesus Perez, why we are so vulnerable to disinformation, fake news, conspiracy theories? We consider our societies as kind of enlightened societies, but still we believe in all this and these theories. Are there here personal or social factors which help this disinformation, fake news spreading around? How to create mechanisms? What would be your answer to this general question?
First of all, I feel really fascinated by this information, and especially by conspiracy theories. And it could be the first reaction to take them as a funny thing, that take conspiracy theory a matter of people not very cultivated or not very educated. But I think that the conspiracy theories has become such a phenomenon, such an interesting phenomenon, because it's a symptom. First of all, it's a symptom of people feeling powerless. Powerless when you find such a more complex world. So the conspiracy theory is, first of all, a reaction to a very complex world that makes people feel empowered. It's a phenomenon of empowerment, that at least the world is more complex, but here, I'm an anonymous citizen behind my computer, and I feel that now the world makes sense because I have been able to understand. I have done my own research on the internet. And those power elites, I have been able to understand their plan. Everything happens for a reason. Everything is done according to a plan. So that gives to the average citizen believing conspiracy theories a feeling of empowerment, a feeling of understanding. So it's not just a matter of gullible or people who believe anything that finds in the internet. It's a phenomenon that answers to that feeling of being powerless. So the very first approach, I think, is that it's easier to be told than to be done, is that we need to be better as a democratic society. If we have bureaucrats in Brussels taking decisions behind in power corridors, taking arbitrary decisions in a very secure way, it's very easy to spread the idea of that poor elites taking power from you. If we have conventional media going for the cheap clicks for the clickbaits in a mediascape that is very competitive, so the conventional media is lowering their standards, it's easier to spread the idea that you can't trust the conventional media. So the alternative, the conspiracy theories, became more interesting. And the other, apart of being a symptom of the problems, of the structural problems of our democracies, the lack of trust in the power elites, the lack of trust of conventional media, the conspiracy theories became a tool because they are undermining the trust of the average citizen on the authorities, and then became a strategic tool. In military sense, American military have a term that's anti-access, anti-denial. It means that it refers to those strategies to avoid the American military getting involved in a conflict. So if we take that concept to the information dimension, the conspiracy theories, this information becomes an anti-access area denial informational strategy. I mean, conspiracy theories and disinformation breaks the emotional connection with international crises, with problems, make people feel far away. For example, I think the easiest example was the Ukrainian crisis back in 2014. In Spain, we had a public opinion that thought that the Ukrainian crisis was too far away, was too complex, was too confused. So we, well, not only Spain, but Western, the Western, the European, the NATO countries didn't react in the way that we answered to the Ukrainian invasion 2022. I think in that time, people were told that that thing happening in Ukraine was a matter of Nazis. It was, well, Nazis fighting for joining the UE. It was a matter of, you know, gay rights fighting Nazis. Well, it was very confused. It didn't even matter. It was incoherent. It was incoherence what we were being told. But the people were just told. People weren't able to understand and having this emotional connection with a crisis that was too confusing from the moral point of view, too confusing from the informational point of view. So Russia was able to get away with invading Ukraine for the first time. Mm-hmm. And it has another element, is that when you undermine the trust in media, you not only get away with invading Ukraine, with things like invading Ukraine, but you get away with war crimes. Because if you don't trust media, then why believe in there's something called a Bucha massacre? Because we know you were lied about the coronavirus, you were lied about Ukraine, and it became so a strategic tool to get away with all kinds of war crimes and phenomena like the Ukrainian invasion.
Yeah, thank you. Alexei, can you take from it and try to analyze, do we understand the real threat of hybrid threats? Do you have good analysis? And of course, what shall we do to counter this? Who shall do this job? I mean, I see that in my country, in Bulgaria, we have kind of underestimation of the risks. This is one thing. And the second thing, it seems that the countering hybrid activities, particularly disinformation, fake news, it is considered to be a job of media or independent analysts or think tanks. What would you say if you take all these questions?
Yeah, I mean, that's really interesting one, because if you look at the hybrid threats, what are the most important challenges? I think the first is that very often we are talking about the potential threat, so something that might happen, not necessarily. So that makes the convincing the audience, the decision makers, convincing them that there might be a threat. So that makes it really difficult. Let's take Nord Stream as an example. So the risks were basically known during the Nord Stream 1 construction, but now we can see the results. So it's really hard to argue that there might be a threat, and basically it's not just the matter of government. It's we should aim for the whole of society approach, whole of government and whole of society approaches. And traditionally, the resilience has been addressed actually from the sectoral point of view. So we have all the legislation is sectoral. We have sectoral jurisdictions in place when it comes to authorities, and yeah, that's how it should be. So we have always silos in that sense, and we don't want to kind of repeat the old mantra of breaking the silos, but we should somehow change the resilience architecture and change it towards more this kind of network idea, because this purely sectoral approach, it ignores how these different sectors in our societies, how they interconnect, and this high level of interconnectedness in our societies puts our society at risk in terms of cascading effects, so that the adversary targets one sector, one area, and there's also non-linear effects in other parts of society. So the kind of overall impact is more than just the sum of its parts when it comes to hybrid threats. So there are a lot of tools available, a lot of sector-specific vulnerabilities which are being targeted. So this is why also at the governmental level, when it comes to whole of society or whole of governance approach in this case, we should have the kind of whole similar threat picture across the government and sharing of information. And at the EU level, the hybrid points of contacts approach has been established, so that in every Directorate Generals there are a hybrid box in place, and that this same kind of approach would be recommended to use at the national level also, so that which could then enhance the cross-governmental efforts when it comes to hybrid threats. And then also we need to also look at the the private sector. So the public-private partnerships is an essential element when it comes to hybrid threats, and the public sector has a lot of information that is also valuable for the governance side when it comes to countering hybrid threats. Also, I would take an example, the attribution, and the private sector can identify, can detect threats that occur in the private sector. So passing that information to governance side also supports the attribution, which is then the kind of political decision to attribute. So this is the kind of framework, the whole of governance, whole of society approach, moving towards that, not just the sectoral approach. Again, as an example, the Nord Stream. The Nord Stream 1 was seen as a common European project to actually enhance the energy security of the European continent, but it ended up decreasing it. So, and it was strictly sectoral approach to this issue, and there were many things that it didn't anticipate. For example, the EU enlargement, how the new EU member states see the project. It didn't anticipate the domestic situation in Russia, how it moves towards more authoritarian approach. It didn't anticipate and look at how the private sector is not autonomous in Russia as it is in the democratic states. So I would say that what we should do, I would say maybe 5 points, is that first is the legislative processes. And when it comes to legislative processes, first we can look at the legislation itself. How can we improve the resilience of our societies by improving the legislation, so that there's flexible use of powers, but at the same time we also need to look at our rule of law based society. So we need to also protect the rule of law itself, and because that's what the adversaries are trying to undermine in our society. So it's two ways approach when it comes to legislation, and then also, as I mentioned before, we need shift towards this more comprehensive approach when it comes to countering hybrid threats and building resilience. And then the detection, which I mentioned, we also, because when we look at the hybrid threats, it doesn't only happen at the domains or sectors which are more security oriented. It happens in every part of our society. It's not also in cultural domain, in social domain, which are not traditionally looked from the security perspective. So we need the detection capabilities in all parts of society and at all levels also, in local and state, national and international levels. And then also we need to keep innovating, and we need ability to innovate and also define what are the innovations in our society, so that we are not being pushed in a way that the adversary wants us to go. And then also the final one is that the resilience against hybrid threats is also very much looking ahead and anticipate. So the foresight work is fundamentally also in the case of hybrid threats. So we need to anticipate the different trajectories there is in the global arena.
Okay, thank you. I'm tempting to ask you, because we know that there are bad guys, they are attacking us, they use all methods to influence us. Shall we develop more offensive capabilities to counter these threats rather than just building? I fully agree, and I buy this thesis that we shall be resilience, improve legislation, but shall we be more, how to put it, proactive and more offensive when, of course, we attribute the attack?
Yeah, I think we should. But of course, this is also asymmetric issue. I mean, we cannot do the same as the other side, because we have the rule of law based restraints in our society. So there's, and also many of the tools, the hybrid threat tools, they are complete legal as well. So how to deter or prevent the threats which are completely legal. So there are many challenges when it comes to proactive stance, but I think we should also move a bit towards that one.
Excellent. And my last question would be, Jesus, you are writing that we need healthy democracies and media to fight back. Is it something related to our previous discussion? And you are writing about European democracy, strengthening European democracy in order to be more resilient.
Yes, I was nodding while he was talking, because I have taken part in some very informal organizations fighting back disinformation. I have been very active in the internet during the Ukrainian war, and it was about a group of friends creating memes, pointing the Russian agents of disinformation, and I think we have been more successful than those official reports that, yes, we need those official reports on disinformation. We need to those 120 PDF files reporting on disinformation, but at the end of the day, people trust their friends around, and when they see their friends fighting back disinformation and commenting the issues that this piece of information you got from your friends of a group of WhatsApp is completely a lie. And they trust more, the people tend to trust more the people around them. So we need, yes, it's not just the media fighting back or the government, but the civil society fighting back. I think that the informal networks, the groups, the associations are more successful fighting back because they have the trust of the people. It's not those power elites in Brussels writing reports, it's the people around them fighting back. And the matter is that at the very end of the day, the talent, the sense of humor, the ingenuity of the people, we go one step forward. than any committee you can. I suppose that in any governmental agencies can hire graphic designers or people with very with talent, but I think that if you look for talent in Twitter, for example, you will find people creating memes and fighting back in disinformation with jokes and being very creative in a way that any governmental organization will be able to produce. And I hope that they are able to do that, but I think that the civil society is a pool of talent that is really powerful.
Interesting approach. I think that it deserves further consideration. Okay, thank you both. Let me turn to our next speakers, and my first question goes to Vladimir. Please explain us your approach to fighting disinformation and fake news. What you and your colleagues do to make our society more safer in this informational environment we live in.
Yeah, we've been in the anti-disinformation trenches, meaning fighting disinformation, for quite some time at the Metamorphosis Foundation, ever since 2011. And the main point of our anti-disinformation effort is the truthmeter.mk website, which is actually a fact-checking and public accountability and transparency website. So we started with the political fact-checking, meaning fact-checking politicians, fact-checking if the political party election promises are fulfilled or not. And then around 2013, we started with the media fact-checking, which was a big step because we had no idea how will the media react. And those times were not the best for North Macedonia. I mean, back then we had a populist authoritarian government that stayed until 2017. And we immediately met the Kremlin disinformation. And back then, you know, it wasn't so sophisticated, it was rough, it was much more direct. So now it's completely different. And, but the main feature was that pro-Kremlin disinformation was not created in the country. It was created, the largest amount of them were created outside of the country, meaning they were coming mostly from Serbia. So we all know that there are a lot of pro-Kremlin elements and political parties and people in Serbia, like the Center for Euro-Atlantic Studies from Belgrade in 2018 or 2019 discovered 108 pro-Russian websites in Serbia, both news websites and NGO websites. So that is not surprising, especially because for 45 years, since 1945 up to 1990, we were in the same country, where the Serbian language was dominant. So when I was growing up, like 70 or 80% of the TV programming was in Serbian. Like you go on a kiosk, 70 to 80% of the newspapers and magazines were in Serbian. So people understand the language, that's what I'm trying to say. And a lot of disinformation was simply, their media is strong. So Serbia is the main media point for all the, same language speaking countries. So their media are read and watched in Croatia, in Bosnia, in Montenegro. So we are talking in North Macedonia. So we are talking about real influence. So in those times, most of the Russian disinformation was coming to us from Serbia. And the then authoritarian government had close relations with the Serbian government. A lot of media shut down and were taken over by the government. The opposition media were vilified. So we started that media fact-checking project at, not a great time, but it had to be done. And we're also dealing a lot with recognizing and pointing hate speech, discrimination, character assassination, slander, and stuff like that, calls on violence. There was everything. And we worked on Kremlin disinformation up until 2017 when that government fell apart. And we also know about the authoritarian populist wave that happened in the West. And that wave drew a lot of young people from North Macedonia that were following the Western media anyway, and then, you know, some of them or many of them joined and liked those authoritarian populist movements in Europe, in US, and then the pro-Kremlin disinformation started coming internationally, like from everywhere. If it was printed or read in English, you know, there was no reason for this, that type of Kremlin disinformation not to come to North Macedonia, because these younger people, they know English. It's not an issue for them to share it or to translate it and so on. So then we were dealing with Kremlin disinformation at the international level. And in 2019, we became the independent third-party Facebook partner, meta partner for fact-checking. So we fact-check Facebook content under the meta guidelines in Macedonian language. So what I want to say is that we were ready when the Russian invasion on Ukraine happened. I mean, we had a lot of experience, and we immediately started two different efforts of dealing with this type of foreign malign influences coming mainly from Russia, but we also cover China too. So we organized ourselves to work on national level and also on a regional level. So on national level, we continue doing fact-checking analysis. Sometimes we do another thing which is called pre-bunking. Pre-bunking is debunking before the disinformation arrives. So we follow what happens, what kind of disinformation, Kremlin disinformation are in Europe, and if we see some disinformation that we think might come to North Macedonia, we try to debunk it even before it comes so that we can publish the real information first. And we're also trying to do explainers. And lately, we're also doing investigative journalism, which is really hard, as you can imagine, but we need more of that. So this is at a national level. Another thing that we do at national level, and we think this is very important, we are building a national coalition that includes all the stakeholders to counter disinformation. And this is a metamorphosis initiative, so that means NGOs, government, businesses, media, of course. And now we're trying to come to an agreement through a set, you know, of opinions that we can all work on and come up with a joint action framework, and we'll see how will that go. When it comes to the region, I'm talking about the region of the Western Balkans. So we have a regional project for dealing against foreign malign influences that includes Serbia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Montenegro, Albania, Kosovo and North Macedonia, and sincerely hope that we will be able to cooperate with Bulgaria very soon. So there we are following and analyzing the movement of Kremlin disinformation and other foreign malign influences and disinformation coming from autocratic regimes, how that type of disinformation moves across the region, and how it is published in different countries. And this helps us a lot when we are writing analysis to explain to our readers that this is really disinformation, and this is how it moved from country to country. This is how it was published in this country because this was important there, why it was transferred to another country in this way. And we're also building a large database on foreign malign disinformation for these 6 countries. It's a database that will cover 3 years, and I hope you will use it when it will be published.
Yeah.
Thank you, Vladimir, for your comprehensive reply and giving the picture not only in North Macedonia but also in the region. And now I would like to have a short conversation with Simona, and let's go deeper into the legal aspects and organizational aspects, whether we have enough assets to fight disinformation, fake news, propaganda, and if you can also compare what is the status in different countries.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jordan. I would like to apologize everyone for my voice, but yesterday I had lectures with my students and it was a very long lecture, and today my voice was a little bit down. But indeed, I think we all can agree that while in Ukraine the war is with guns and bombs, in the rest of Europe, especially in the border countries of the war and countries which are close to the border, like Bulgaria, like Moldova, Romania, the war is about the hearts and the minds of the people. And of course, media is the main tool there, social media are the main tools there. And how can we tackle these disinformation campaigns, and how can we actually answer to those threats is the huge question nowadays. So I work as a member for the Council for Electronic Media. This is the Bulgarian regulator, and we are responsible for regulation of the media. Obviously, this includes radio and television, non-linear services online. That means if you have a web page and you have videos regularly, we will monitor you, but if you just have a web page, we won't monitor you. It's almost the same everywhere in Europe. We've transposed the audiovisual media service directive fully. And I can tell you we had a lot of challenges when the war started. So what did we do? How did we start? We have a team which monitors the content, and we decided to monitor, first of all, the war in how it is covered in the Bulgarian National Television, Bulgarian National Radio. This happened right after the war. Later, when I stepped into term, that was last May, we decided we're going to monitor not just the public media service providers, but also everything else. So I can just tell you a few events we targetedly monitored, and which were very essential and key for Bulgaria, and how Russian propaganda was entering Bulgaria. And this was the case with the so-called Tsarevna ship. This ship was a hostage last year, and how this event was covered in media was of great interest for us. The Bucha case, you know the entire story and the entire disinformation campaign, how nothing in Bucha happened and there were actors. We issued several severe maximum sanctions to some TV outlets because of the coverage of this case in particular. This is something which we didn't inform the society for. We just issued the sanctions. The media outlets needed to pay for that because they obviously showed those images and said, no, those are actors, etc. They used those narratives. We had media monitoring of the debates of technical and military support for Ukraine. The Bulgarian government issued such a decision back in May 2022. The Russian suspension of the natural gas to Bulgaria in the context of the war in Ukraine. The incident with the two missiles in Poland. The partial mobilization in Russia, the so-called referendums, were also of great interest for us, and how they were covered in Bulgarian media. These were the referendums in Lugansk, Kherson, Donetsk, Zaporozhye, etc. You know what I'm talking about. And also several other events like the Crimea Bridge and the so-called Bulgarian truck in the bombing of the Crimea Bridge. All of this was of interest of the regulator. However, is the monitoring enough? Is the monitoring of the content enough? The answer is, of course, it is not. We need legal tools to tackle a situation which is new to us. Yes, the parliament issued a few declarations in support of Ukraine, but what type of legal instruments do we have as a regulator, and as regulators in the region is of essential importance. We gathered all Balkan regulators in December 2022, and one of the key topics we spoke about was namely disinformation. We even have bilateral relations with the different regulators, and we are in constant contact with the Romanian regulator, for example, when we found out we have a lot of disinformation campaigns who, as you said, they enter through Romania. For example, in one day they told us just that there is this narrative that the market is out of salt. No salt is available, people need to buy salt. The same happened with oil in Bulgaria, with olive oil, flour, oil, etc. The same thing, the same narrative we had. And we started to exchange information on these information narratives. Again, I think this is not enough. I can tell you we have very limited tools in the terms of imposing sanctions. Of course, another thing is the sanctions of the European Union. Right now we have the 10th package of the sanctions, but the Council for Electronic Media is the one who is responsible for content. We are monitoring whether or not the border, the limitation, freedom of expression is breached, is crossed, and the Communications Regulation Commission is the one which can just stop the signal, which after all, by definition, is just censorship. They priorly stop the signal of the Russian entities and the Russian media outlets. And we're in constant contact with them as well. When we find out a web page which broadcasts Russian content from Russian television or media outlets which are in the sanction list of the European Commission, we inform the Communication Regulation Commission and other responsible authorities in Bulgaria, like the State Agency for National Defense and others. We inform them, they stop the signal. We're in constant contact with all of them. At the same time, I just want to tell you, just so you can imagine what we do. In the regulator, we are 51 people currently. Can you imagine? Those are also the secretary, the cleaning staff, the drivers, everyone. We're just 51 people. 5 of us are in the head of the council, let's say it like that. We are members, we are from different quotas. But our administration is very small and very limited. And they have to monitor everything else, right? When it comes about advertisement, the volume of the advertisement, child's protection, consumers' protection. They need to monitor everything, and having those targeted monitorings upon them is a very hard job. I can give you a comparison with the Communications Regulation Commission in Bulgaria, who has 255 employees, and they have a rough budget of around 10 million leva. The Council for Electronic Media's budget is around 2 million leva. So at the end of the day, it comes about resources and what we can do with those resources in terms of combating those threats. And you know, on the other side, we have huge resources which we face. At the same time, what I wanted to share with you is that we have only one legal tool to combat all of those threats. In the Radio and Television Act, we have one provision which says that media service providers shall be obliged not to produce and not to provide for distribution any programs in violation of the principles of freedom of expression, freedom of information, etc., hate speech, and any broadcasts inciting to national, political, ethnic, religious, or racial intolerance, or brutality or violence. So when I told you we imposed some sanctions, we used this provision. At the same time, I'm going to give you an example with Moldova. Moldova amended its legislation a few years ago. They have legal definition for media information space. They have legal definition for public information space. They have legal definition of false information. And most importantly, about information affecting the security of the public information space. I'm going to repeat that because it's very crucially important. Information affecting the security of the public information space. So their legal bodies, their administrative bodies, can identify that this information in particular is affecting the security of the public information space. And of course, they have a legal definition for this information. Because from our monitorings, what we found out is, namely what Mr. Karaboev said, we organized a couple of roundtables on this information, but we saw that most of the televisions and radio, I'm not saying all of them, but most of them, the big ones, the one which has the hugest market share on the market of media, they do not distribute this information. But especially in the early months of the war, they had problems with misinformation. I'm going to give you the example with the Polish missiles, because it wasn't clear in the beginning who sent them, where they came from, how media should react in these situations. Most media do not have prepared journalists who are aware of the security threats and the security situation in the country and in the region, and they cannot properly cover all those topics, or they face numerous difficulties covering those topics. Further, I would like to say what and take the example of what Ms. Dimitrova here said. Indeed, in the Ministry of External Affairs, there is a department about strategic communication, and this is great, and they're doing a great job. But indeed, we need a common strategic communication for the entire country. Because I can tell you that, especially even in our council, this is my personal opinion, of course, we have very serious problems with the narratives our speakers are sending to the wider public. Because even we are doing so much work, at the end, when our speakers are sending messages that we actually need to hear more from the Russian point of view, then we have a problem, and this is a strategic communication problem. We have a problem with the narratives, and we are struggling with that. I would like to say also that when we had our communication with the previous parliament, the most common question was, what are you doing with the current situation? And I think this is a wrong approach, because we are an administrative body. Even if I, as a person or an expert, want to do something in particular, of course I can make an NGO or make a disinformation campaign or something like that, but if I'm an administrative body and I represent the state, I need to do the tools I'm given and the legal remedies I possess, right? Because after that, even if we impose sanctions and we say this is disinformation, but we don't have a legal definition of disinformation, and disinformation doesn't fall in the scope of the provision I just read to you, the court is going to lift the sanctions and we will stay without any sanctions, right? So I believe a more firm approach on behalf of the new parliament is needed. When COVID came, separate law was adopted, and it was about specific limitations. They were in compliance with the Bulgarian constitution, and for better or worse, we had those sanctions. Right now, we don't have this approach. We don't have a separate piece which says there is a threat to Bulgaria. We are in a hybrid, there is a hybrid threat. What is a hybrid threat? What is a hybrid warfare? How can we define that? How can we identify the difference between misinformation, disinformation, and, as I told you, information affecting the security of the public information space? How can we define that legally? This is a huge key point which we are thinking about and which we struggle with. And as I told you, although our resources are very limited, we invited people from the Catalonia regulatory body, because they are regulators there with their separate areas. These guys were great. They developed their own monitoring systems based on AI. To give you an example, if you open your iPhones and you go into your photos, you can see that the iPhone can manually see which pictures you're into, and or another person's face, which you have taken a picture of, and they can give you images of landscape, picnic, going to the mountains, going to the sea, etc. Some easily to use tools, which each iPhone has, but unfortunately we as an administrative body do not have. That means our monitoring system, of course, it can cut the program. It can, I can tell our monitoring system, give me the morning block from this morning with this topic, but from there on, I can identify that you, for example, were in this and this television station and you use those keywords which are important for me, like hate speech words or something like that, I should do that manually. And we're now thinking about integrating an AI. We are trying to use this example of the Catalonian regulatory body. Fortunately, it's very hard because AI is self-learning machine and it's based on language, and our languages are very different, and it's going to be very hard with the Bulgarian language, but we're also thinking in this direction. And lastly, what I wanted to share with you is that we indeed had some difficulties, especially with some radio station programs. Without doubt, we've been monitoring them. We tried to impose sanctions with them. A little bit, we didn't form a majority on this issue in particular, but nevertheless, we keep contact with the Ministry of External Affairs and with other Bulgarian authorities all the time. And even next week, the Ministry of External Affairs is going to host a meeting with the European Commission, and the topic is going to be the sanctions of the European Union. But I want to conclude that, according to me, especially as a lawyer, when we are on the field of banning media, banning content, banning someone's expression, we're already down the road of losing this battle. Because if you have to just stop someone's information and access to information and not increase media literacy, education of those value narratives we all share as a society, we cannot be so excited about the future, and we really need to have a strong policy about all those threats, because we see that the geopolitical game in Europe and in the world is changing, and we need to be adequate about that. And lastly, what I see in my own research and with my students especially is that young people are not that interested in traditional media. We now issued a survey, and at the end of May, beginning of June, we are going to present it. I proposed it, and I'm very happy my colleague agreed. We want to see where young people and children are in the terms of using media. And this comes from very little toddlers, and this is also this is a bigger topic, how young people need to consume media. And at the age of 2 to 5, or 2 to 7, 7 to 13, 13 to 20, 20 and above, etc. Because this is all about our media environment and our media landscape. And yeah, I think that's why our forum is so crucial right now.
Thank you, Simona. I think it's another a rather pessimistic view on Bulgarian situation after Mr. Karaboyev already pictured out. Now I open the floor for questions. There is one there, 2, 3. I suggest that we take 3 questions, give an answer, and after that we'll continue. And please keep in mind also a question about propaganda. I know several Bulgarian media who openly spread Russian propaganda, even they publish translated into bad Bulgarian, Russian articles. What we shall do with propaganda?
Thank you, Jordan. I'm Roland Freudenstein from Globsec, which is one of the leading think tanks of Central Europe, based in Brussels. And I find this an absolutely fascinating session, but I want to strike a note of caution, or rather propose a caveat. This is not my habit. Usually I'm the most hawkish guy in the room. This is probably not the case here. I'm in good company. So first of all, let me say that absolutely what you're doing, Simona, Vladimir, Alexei, and Jesus, you guys are heroes. This is absolutely necessary. But, and here comes the but, there is a temptation, there is a risk of blaming every demand for an immediate ceasefire or every pro-Kremlin statement on corruption, disinformation, hybrid warfare by the Kremlin, and to neglect the political battle which has to be fought ultimately. So, you know, to point fingers at someone and say he's on the payroll of the Kremlin or she's a victim of disinformation is just not enough. And in the statements of Jesus and Alexei, I heard these notes of, you know, democracy has to perform better to disable the Kremlin's hybrid warfare. And I would just like to reinforce that message and say that, I mean, first of all, when confronted with these pro-Kremlin voices, I think the argument that has to be made is, what will a world look like if Putin gets away, gets any positive outcome of this war? And second, democracy has to deliver economically and in terms of freedom and so on. And this is the political part of the battle that is as necessary as fighting disinfo and hostile Kremlin influence in our societies. And there is a special vulnerability in Central Europe. My think tank has documented that also quite clearly. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ron, for your observation. You are absolutely right that we have to strengthen democracy. Question from the middle, and after that, Thorsten Geisler.
Hello, my name is Jessica Volcheva. I'm a Deputy Editor-in-Chief in Frog News. My question is to Simona Veleva. You mentioned giving definitions for fake news and disinformation and stuff like that, like broad definitions that you need to do your job. But what risks does that whole thing have? Because defining fake news and defining disinformation could give could give an opportunity for censorship and media capture, I think. So that's my question.
And Thorsten, please.
Thank you very much. I would like to get back to the point that you made, Jordan. You said, why do we always react? Why don't we become more proactive? Well, sometimes we have to react. Our adversaries are very creative, and you can't predict all the lies they are inventing. But you do not suggest being proactive means that we invent our own lies and disseminate them, that we spread fake news, but that we become proactive in a way by informing the public. And we don't. Russia has prepared, the Russian army has trained invading the Baltic states for years. They didn't conceal it, they did it in public during Zapad maneuvers. Who knows? Russia built up A2AD capabilities in Kaliningrad, giving them the ability to control the airspace over the Baltic countries, make it very difficult for NATO to liberate these countries once they've been invaded by Russia. Who knows? Russia deployed Iskander missiles in Kaliningrad years ago, targeting at our capitals. Who knows? Now they're displaying them proudly on their own TV. Do we inform the public about that? We don't have to disseminate lies. We just have to talk about the facts and put them into a broad perspective. How can we expect people to feel a threat perception, have a threat perception, if we don't inform them about the really existing threat?
Good point. Would you like to? Yes.
Just a comment. When I was talking about fighting back, I didn't mean to if they send us, or they launch lies, launch our own lies. I was talking about debunking those lies. When I was talking about using humor, using mocking and fun, it was mocking their lies. I mean, I was talking about these informal networks using very light comments, but it's a very serious job about debunking those lies. It's not that defending ourselves with lies against another lies. It's just being rigorous and demanding also that the conventional media becomes more professional and do better their jobs. Maybe we were in the same page, but I wanted to clarify that I didn't in any way use the term fighting back, and meaning that it means using our own lies.
And also Stratcom is, you know, I cannot say offensive, but proactive measure. Alexei, would you like to add something?
Especially to the first point, which is, I really much agree with you. I mean, let's take an example from Catalonia. I mean, Russia didn't create the social unrest in Catalonia, but they used it, utilized it, the existing problems in Catalonia to further deteriorate the situation. So when we look at the authoritarian states, they really much have this opportunistic view for these problems. So we shouldn't blame the other side for every problems we have internally. So we also need to know the adversary, but we also need to know ourselves, our vulnerabilities, how to correct problems we already have, which can become targets for the malign activity. So yeah, I really much agree with that point. And then maybe on the definition side, I mean, often there is the request for different definitions, and when it comes to hybrid threats, we haven't even wanted to create a common definition of what are the hybrid threats. Of course, we have conceptualized and characterized the threat, but because the threat is constantly changing, and making some kind of definition which is it doesn't just work, and it's not useful in that sense. So, but the problem comes when we need a definition for the legislation, then it is the problem. It was also a problem in Finland last summer when they make amendments to the new Border Guard Act to respond to possible threat of migration instrumentalization, which there was this main point of hybrid threats. So how we define in the legislation. So in that case, it's the problem. But we don't want to, in general level, we don't need basically definition of what are hybrid threats.
By the way, hybrid should be much more broader than just propaganda, disinformation, misinformation, fake news, because it's also threatening to use, for example, nuclear weapons. It's a specific hybrid threat, or using gas and oil as a weapon. Simona, and after Vladimir.
Yeah, well, I completely agree with you. Well, addressing narratives which are harmful for democracy is not job of the regulator or of any administrative body. It's the job of the political leaders, and they need to have a strong voice on those questions, and they need to have a clear message towards the general public, and they need to stand behind the values we share, the values we have, the values of the European Union, of NATO, of the Bulgarian Constitution, which are enshrined within that. To answer your question, of course, I didn't talk about defining fake news. Fake news as a term is adopted by the European Commission as an old term. It's very hard to be defined. Of course, there are definitions in the theory, in literature, but having legal definition is going to be very hard. At the same time, having legal definitions when we have disinformation, and what we should do when we have a specific type of information which is harmful for specific values which are protected by the law is something different. And when we define those, we should be very careful, very strict, and of course we should be in compliance with the Bulgarian Constitution and with the international standards of the European Court of Human Rights and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in terms of freedom of expression. This is without doubt. And we should be very careful about that. That's why I'm saying that unless there is a political will to identify some level of threat and to change the national security law and to say that we have informational threat on this level, and we should take those and those steps, and they should be guaranteed by a court order or with any other democratic mechanisms. There's little we can do, because at the end of the day we live in a pluralistic democratic society where each and everyone's opinion matter as much as everyone else's. At the same time, John Stuart Mill said, even if we have one voice who says that the earth is flat, and this person is completely wrong, we should hear them out, because in this way, the rest of the society will say, no, the world is round actually, and what you're saying is not true. And in this way, they will make sure that the truth doesn't become a dogma. However, when John Stuart Mill wrote on liberty was 1659, and right now we have not just one voice, we have millions of voices who reach your kids through TikTok, and they give them all the same narratives. There is this brilliant book of Jessica Yan. I contacted her, by the way. I recommend you the book, Putin's Trolls, and she explains how troll fabrics actually work. And even if you're a person who is well educated, who have very strong beliefs in democratic values, if you find the same narratives online through your phone, through your social medias, at the end of the day, you might change your mind. And this is a threat we need to identify and to be able to tackle only with democratic tools, of course, with legal tools which are in compliance with the Constitution.
Thank you very much. I think that you just answered to one of the questions which came from Zoom. So I will move directly to Vladimir if you have to add to what has been said.
Just want to add quickly. So yeah, we do a lot of work regarding countering disinformation, but that is not the only thing we do. I mean, I talked that we are also building networks and coalitions, and that is very important, and those are not only for countering disinformation. So we also do a lot of advocacy. Then we hold trainings on positive narratives, which means promotion. Democracy needs promotion. We need to present what democracy is, why democracy is so important. NATO needs promotion, European Union needs promotion. And the most important thing, but this is a long-term goal, and this is also what we do very much, and we have a network especially dedicated on media literacy. It is at a media regulator. It has 50 members, and we hold trainings on media literacy. But that thing takes a lot of time, and the trainings are completely different for different audiences. So, and we also work, I mean, this is what I was talking about because that was the conference, but we have a different programs on social accountability, you know, fighting for transparency and human rights online and education for innovation. So, of course, but fact-checking is important because it gives the truth the chance. But it's not the only, it shouldn't be, you know, the only tool in our arsenal. And it is not. We're using many, many other tools.
Okay, thank you. There are two more questions over there, but before going to the next set of questions, Simona would like to add something.
Yeah, I want to emphasize about what you said, that our picture for the future is not that optimistic. I would like to say that it is actually the contrary. When I look at the monitorings and when I see how the situation is covered in our media, I would say it's pretty much in favor of Ukraine, even to the point where people ask themselves, okay, I understand something bad is happening there, and we have a good guys and bad guys, but this narrative is not enough for me. And I dig for further information, and that's why I want to know more, and I want to see the Russian point of view. And we have this, this problem right now, which is actually when you put the ball from one side and you push it to the other, it can hit you harder. But I also want to emphasize about what you said, because it's very crucial, about media literacy, and something we're discussing widely. Media literacy is not something which should be the same for everyone. These information narratives which are going to crack down in one part of the society are different from those in other parts of the society, so it's very important to work with minorities and different groups.
Yeah, it's a good point. And by the way, one more thing, we have different definitions and we have to synchronize kind of. Recently, European Commission adopted another term which is FIMI, foreign information manipulation and interference, which is very close to propaganda. Okay, over there.
Actually, I just wanted to pick up exactly on that same point. I am aware and I fully respect the work on hybrid threat, that it is complex, but exactly what you said earlier on the panel, that the need for definitions is also there in a precise way. And then I really underline, we should not use hybrid in this broad way when we come to specific instruments. And instrumentalization was one, I think a very contested one, but okay, it is one. FIMI might be another one for specific uses. And I think we just have to get used to this more nuanced, if it's a bit EU bureaucracy, okay, but more nuanced kind of way of talking about it than saying hybrid, hybrid, hybrid. While, okay, we have to come together, we also need to be differentiated in terms of how, when we come to specific instruments. Just probably we don't have much time anymore, but you didn't really mention, apart from this information, the other plans of the EU in terms of structural regulation, so the Media Freedom Act, or now what's coming with the Digital Services Act. So the basic idea that we just change things also at a much wider economic level in terms of ownership and responsibilities for large platforms. I don't know whether this is relevant for Bulgaria, but that somehow was missing. I would like to hear.
Okay, thank you. Is there a very last question, or I'll ask the podium to spend about 1 minute each for final questions, of course answering, for final answers, including answering the question of Rafael.
I have just a very short comment. My colleague here mentions that the hybrid threat is changing constantly. Simona mentioned artificial intelligence. And I see a future very close where we will be not fighting human disinformation, but artificial intelligence generated disinformation. A colleague in Spain said maybe the Ukraine will be the last one where we see human-generated disinformation, and we'll have to face a future of with automatic propaganda created in an instant.
Yeah. Alexei?
Yes. Well, we have to kind of separate now the political rhetoric, which uses the term hybrid threats, and then basically the academic or conceptual language, which not always are the same. I mean, in the political language, the hybrid threats usually they refer to this unacceptable interference in some country's domestic space, which doesn't always, from the conceptual side perspective, it doesn't even constitute a hybrid threat. It doesn't mean the hybrid threats in the sense that we are talking about in the conceptual language. So yeah, we have to separate these things, that political language, the academic or conceptual language.
Thank you. Vladimir, 1 minute, please.
Yes, very quickly. So I would just like to tell you that from fact checkers' point of view, at the International Fact-Checking Network and at the newly established European Fact-Checking Standards Network, we are working very hard to onboard as many very large online platforms as we can to work directly with fact checkers. Until now, only Facebook works directly. So like my organization, there are organizations in 100 other countries, but that is something that only Facebook is doing. So we are meeting resistance, and now we're also fighting, and this is why the European Fact-Checking Network, Standards Network, was established. Now there is a public debate about, there is a proposal that media should not be fact-checked. Like media content that was shared by the media on the platforms should not be fact-checked. And we are fighting against that because, that would tie our hands very much. So the efforts in at least in this area are developing.
Thank you. And Simona?
To answer your question, of course, the European Media Freedom Act, the Digital Service Act are on the table. They're very crucial for Bulgaria. We are very active in the working groups. We are in the working groups which are currently preparing amendments for those acts on behalf of our CAPS, because we are ERGA is the European regulatory body which combines all the regulators, and is going to be amended entirely in terms to serve those new changes in the architecture of media regulation. And this is something normal. The regulation for political advertisement is going to be enforced soon. So all of those common approaches are important because we see the threats are the same and we need to face them in an equal way. At the same time, the different member states have different challenges which we need to address, and that's why we need to adopt those amendments accordingly. But I want to conclude with the fact that for me it's very crucial, and all those forums are super essential and super important from my point of view, but it's also essential to make sure that we are looking at the same direction in terms of our common values. And what I'm talking about is the last European Union's treaty is from the Lisbon Treaty from 2009. We need to be very strong and aligned in the terms of our values and the direction we want to go to commonly. Because this is the only direction for me of progress, democracy, freedoms, and human rights. And that's why such forums are important, and we need to promote those values to the rest of the general public, who are often thinking about much more trivial things and not always can understand the threats we are facing. And that's why all of those common approaches need to be aligned, and we shouldn't conclude and we shouldn't repeat what Hegel says, we learn from history that we don't learn from history. No, we should learn from history. And in this sense, Konrad Adenauer issued a great book recently. They represented it, Blurring the Truth, The Path of Disinformation. I totally recommend it to you. It shows the difficulties the countries from the region are facing, but also the great efforts they are doing. And step by step, I think we're going in the right direction. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Simona. Before I close this panel, just a short administrative announcement. We will start our next panel at 2 p.m. So be back, please, before 2 p.m. And please join me in thanking our excellent speakers for today. Okay, great. Lunchtime. Okay.
Ваши превъзходителства, дами и господа, за мен е истинско удоволствие. Do you need some headsets? Yeah. No, this is a headset. Yeah, oh, thank you. It's kind of you, really.
This is the microphone.
This is the microphone. Do we have another one? Da. We'll take the opportunity to speak both Bulgarian and English because this is the privilege to have the opportunity to speak your own language in Sofia. That's why we decided to make our session today in Bulgarian, both in Bulgarian and in English. So I will start in Bulgarian, then we will continue with our panelists in English, and then we will finish together with Mr. Krstev in Bulgarian as well. There is no channel, it's directly translated in English.
Okay, now's the time of the afternoon session to look for an in-depth answer of the fragmented security architecture in Europe and the implications of the war in Ukraine, but from the point of view of the region, Western Balkans and the Black Sea region. We have been for more than 1 year after the start of the larger scale war in Europe after World War II, where we witness how the European Union, for the first time in their history, provided military assistance to third state because of the mechanism for supporting peace. On the other side, the Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia decided to go from the Eastern Partnership to the enlargement policy. The Ukraine and Moldova have different status as candidate members, and they go outside the scope of the neighborhood policy. This means that the EU policy for enlargement is not only for the Western Balkans, it is aimed at the Eastern Partnership. We are 6 months into the initiative of the French President Macron for the European political community, which gives the opportunity to all democratic countries in Europe. This is why only Moscow and Minsk were absent at the establishing meeting, looking for solutions for the prosperity of the old continent. We are in a month now where traditionally non-allied countries like Finland and Sweden, Finland and Norway adhere to the access to the NATO, and Sweden is expecting to become a member of NATO, which means that the countries need to recalculate their strategic position in the world. We are also in an interesting month where Russia is presiding the UN Security Council on a rotation basis, questioning the multilateralism and showing the drifting away from the multinational cooperation and creating a multipolar layout. of the security. Being on the chessboard of Europe, it is my greatest pleasure to focus your attention on our panelists, which are from 2 EU and NATO member states. From the Black Sea region, Nicolae Crăste from Bulgaria and Oana Popescu-Zamfir from Romania, as well as 2 candidate member states of the EU from the Western Balkans, Serbia, represented by Mr. Stefan Surlic, and the Ukraine, represented by Mr. Mykola Davydiuk, on a video link later on in our panel.
I will switch to the language of Shakespeare because I have the pleasure to present our first panelist, Stefan, who is Executive Director of RISECO, which is an initiative actually connecting Western Balkans in the fields of economy, politics, and academia concerning cooperation and regional security. And very interesting part of his rich biography, I think, is the fact that he initiated the first academic cooperation between Kosovo and Serbia. So, as a departure point, Stefan, I would like to ask you 3 main questions. How has the Ukraine war impacted Russia's regional role? This is the first question, according to your opinion, of course. The second one, is there a risk for a new outbreak, ethnic violence in the Western Balkans? And my third question is about the role of the European Union, because we are witnessing how the European Union has accelerated the dialogue between Kosovo and Serbia, but what changes does the European proposal bring?
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me today. It's a great pleasure. Preparing myself for this conference, I remembered what my professor said to me and my colleagues in 2009. He said, please, I hope that your generation will not be so naive to believe that will be no war on the Balkans and in Europe. Because my generation was naive and shocked by the bloody war in Yugoslavia, and you need to fight for the peace and to prevent the conflict, and that is your mission. We were shocked with these words in 2009, and now after the Russian invasion in Ukraine, we totally understand that words. Western Balkans lies beyond what Russia considers its privileged sphere of so-called geopolitical interest. And Russia has a concrete interest after invasion in Ukraine that Western Balkans is an opportunity to undermine the EU and NATO, especially EU enlargement and possible membership of Serbia in NATO. In this respect, the Balkans are, as you mentioned, a backyard of the European Union. It's not part of the EU, and that's a problem because we are considered as a periphery of the Europe. If we are in this geopolitical game a periphery, then we are vulnerable periphery, where Russia can build a foothold, recruit supporters, and ultimately maximize its leverage. I will just focus on some Russia's concrete actions in Western Balkans. First aim is freezing so-called status quo, especially related with bilateral open issues like Serbia-Kosovo dispute on Kosovo status and possible constitutional changes and producing more functional institutions in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Then preventing NATO and EU enlargement, and to have a situation with constant candidate status of countries like Serbia, Montenegro, North Macedonia, Albania, and Bosnia. That is quite problematic because Russia has good partners and allies in the region, and its influence could be with, minimal costs. because there are a lot of pro-Russian elements in the Western Balkans, including politicians, even these decision makers, different political parties, movements, political analysts, pro-Russian medias, not just concrete Russian medias like Sputnik, Russia Today, but a lot of pro-Russian medias. Third aim of Russia is to support social polarization. And that is possible with different nationalistic instruments which were used by politicians. And that is one constant line in nationalistic narratives in the Western Balkans. Concrete, the Kremlin has built partnership and alliances with local power holders and decision makers, especially in Serbia and Republic of Srpska. I think that you know that Serbia has aligned with Russia to gain leverage over the Kosovo issue. Serbia is still considered Kosovo as southern province, and Russia helped Serbia to block Kosovo's membership in different international organizations, and still Kosovo is disputed territory. When we talk about Bosnia, great ally of Russia is Milorad Dodik. He's the president of Republic of Srpska, and also he sees an opportunity for Republic of Srpska in partnership with Russia to stop any kind of centralization, or as he mentioned, centralization of Bosnia and Herzegovina. But main threat is some kind of subversion made by, as I mentioned, pro-Russian and anti-Western actors and medias by producing disinformations, fake news, and promote the people who are really pro-Russian. They're very present in medias, and it has concrete consequences. More than 80% of, for example, Serbs in Serbia are in favor of Russia, and they think that NATO has a responsibility for the situation in Ukraine. And I would like to identify several main narratives promoted by pro-Russian medias and pro-Russian actors. First, the Western Balkans region is a playground for a clash of interests between East and West. That Western Balkans is so important region geostrategically, and now after Ukraine we will have some battle in the Western Balkans region. Second, the Western Balkan region is unstable and there is a high potential for conflict. It's a question of time that some new ethnic conflict will raise. Third, the EU is hegemonic. And it's not good for Western Balkans countries to become full-fledged members. Then that EU and NATO are weak and not united. That NATO is aggressive and provocative. And also, what is very important, because all Balkan states have very close ties with Russia in terms of history, culture, etc., religion, that some forces, especially in Montenegro, in Bosnia, in North Macedonia, even in Bulgaria, in Serbia, are seeking to rewrite history, to deny any special ties with Russia, and that is some kind of Western propaganda. Also, what I see as a main challenge, I think that disappointment with slow progress towards EU accession and this economic crisis with inflation, rate of inflation, it's damaging the narrative about the European Union, and even that a lot of people are disappointed. Still 60% of Western Balkans populations are in favor of full-fledged membership in the EU. But the pro-Russian narrative is we will never become a part of the EU. We will always be some backyard for different geopolitical games. And I think that is also how to say, the main goal for Russia, because the Kremlin has found easy and useful tool for foreign influence, and they hope that Chinese influence and Turkish influence will be, how to say, a stable point for Western Balkans to always have different interferes and to promote so-called multipolarity. Because Russian stance is Western Balkans is now under Western unpolar occupation, and with Chinese influence and Turkish influence, it become a multipolar region. We have concrete consequences in Serbia. As I mentioned, more than 60% of population thinks that NATO is guilty for the war in Ukraine. Also, more than 80% are opposing sanctions to Russia because, of course, it's a very emotional and sensitive issue for Serbia. War memory, NATO bombing, and sanctions, because the majority of most powerful people in Serbia during 90s, during Milosevic regime, are still very powerful, well-being persons in everyday life in Serbia, and they were under 10 years long sanctions. So you could not convince population in Serbia in sanctions, because they say always ordinary people suffer, but oligarchs and the regime will never suffer. They have state resources, and they will always use that state resources, especially Russian oligarchs. So if Serbia imposed the sanctions to Russia, it's a question of symbolic gesture, and in terms of compliance with EU foreign policy, but Serbian population is not convinced that sanctions damaging Russian oligarchs and Vladimir Putin. I will stop here, and then we could discuss.
You're perfect, Stefan. Thank you very much for your discipline in terms of time framework. So now it's a pleasure for me to give the floor to Ana. She is director of the Global Focus Center. She's also former State Secretary for EU Affairs of Romania. We all know that for Russia, the Black Sea is a kind of a buffer zone, both in terms of the threats from the Middle East and also from the threats from NATO. In this regards, as a departure point, I would like to ask you three main questions. The first is about the fact, are the wider Black Sea region or the Baltic Sea the next areas of potential conflicts? Secondly, what are the potential risks to the security in the Black Sea region and also on the Balkans as a result of the Russian military aggression against Ukraine? And on the third place, having in mind that you are a former State Secretary on EU Affairs, how can, according to your opinion, how can the European Union become a more effective security provider in those regions? You have the floor, Juana.
Thank you very much, and thank you for these questions. Let me start by restating something that you opened with, I think Stefan alluded to as well, and say what has changed, in fact, with Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And I think something fundamental has changed in the strategic environment in Europe, and that is our ability to freely associate and work together to ensure peace and prosperity on the continent is being actively challenged by a continental foreign power, Russia, obviously, as well as by the pursuit of revisionism worldwide. And when I say our ability, I really mean ours, as in Bulgaria's, Romania's, the EU and NATO's, because what we are facing now is a competitive environment, something we have not been faced with at least since the end of the Cold War. the potential damage to the EU and NATO, I think, is not marginal. It may actually be existential. Right now, we have a tendency to still treat the war in Ukraine as something external. We are lending some support to Ukraine, but we still don't feel that the war has come to us. And in concrete ways, in those defined by international law, it hasn't yet. But in fact, in its essence, it has. And the reason I say that is that everybody uses this context to reposition themselves, from EU and US domestic actors, and these are those agents undermining democracy and Western, the Western alliance from within, to China, to Saudi Arabia, to Iran, to Russia, to Brazil and India. Everybody at this point around the globe is repositioning in light of the shifting global order. And the reason we should care is that the global order that we've known for decades now is based in international law, and it's based on liberal democracy. And some countries around the world, in the current conflict, for instance, can very well opt for non-alignment, not to take any sides at this point. But the democratic standards for those countries don't look that great. And that's why I think this is not an option within the EU for EU and NATO members, and it's not an option for our neighbors. One of the reasons why this is not an option whereby citizens stand to gain is that the EU and NATO have it tough enough already. And in my discussions with EU and NATO member states recently, a lot of the governments are planning actively for future scenarios that include a war starting over Taiwan, a war starting over Taiwan, not necessarily after the one in Ukraine ends, but during the evolution of the war in Ukraine, given that this might take years from now. So governments are already working with scenarios that do comprise everything from what Stefan said, defined essentially as interference with maximum return on investment, so very little spending from powers like Russia, China, and so on, to actual war. So if we have it hard in terms of critical dependencies, supply chain resilience, whether it's about our civilian industries or defense industry, imagine what it is like for our neighbors, and that is our problem, because in the face of the current global shifts, we are small, Europe is small, so we need to stick together, and we really need to think about us as a continent-wide alliance, let's say, of like-minded countries, not just within the borders of EU and NATO. I think this is further evidenced by, not just by Russia's war on Ukraine, but by its active destabilization in Moldova, for instance, just because it has expressed a pro-Western orientation, but also indirectly in the Balkans through proxy regimes like the one in Serbia or the one in Hungary. It's true that it's been a while that we've known that our immediate vicinity is no longer our backyard and ours alone. We have been faced with competition from the Gulf countries, from Turkey, from China, from Russia for a long time now, but we have thought that we can deal with it and we can live with that form of competition, because where are they gonna go? They are still our backyard. Well, I think we've seen in the meantime that there's not just the black and white option, being pro-EU and within the EU or pro-Russian. We've seen Hungary, an EU member, play a double game, and we've seen countries outside of the EU play a double game, which means try to milk everyone for money and for resources and not align with anyone in particular, so shift your allegiances depending on your opportunistic interests. And that means that these are unreliable partners that I don't think we can afford at a time of active confrontation. That being said, because you asked me about what the EU role is, EU enlargement indeed has been stalling in the Western Balkans to the point where it has lost much of its credibility and leverage. While the EU's projection of influence to the East was also dwindling before the war in Ukraine. Just look at Georgia, which used to have very good perspectives, and now its perspectives are much more dim. Moldova's pro-European government is hanging by a thread. There are multiple attempts at destabilization every month, essentially, in Moldova. So with the EU political decision, and I emphasize political because it's clearly a break with previous practice to grant Ukraine and Moldova EU accession status, this reflects awareness of a radical shift in what is needed on the continent, but it is also a game changer. It's a game changer not just in terms of the strategic environment, but also with regard to the EU enlargement itself. The one thing that we all need to avoid as we have made this promise is a Turkey-like scenario where we actually disappoint Ukraine and Moldova, just as we have done with the Western Balkans. So when we look at the process of enlargement, I think that's what connects all the regions together. The Western Balkans and Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia, the east of Europe are now connected by the fact that we see the same kind of destabilization attempts, the same kind of threats projected in both these regions. There is a continuum. It's not two separate regions. It's one and the same. Ukraine will look at the Western Balkans, and if we continue not to deliver on accession, they have no reason to believe we're going to deliver on our promise to them. The Western Balkans are going to look to Kiev and Chisinau, and if they see that Kiev and Chisinau are moving forward, then there might be an impetus for them to move forward. If they see that Kiev and Chisinau are not actually genuinely encouraged to do so, or find ways to bypass the EU norms and conditions, then they will have an added incentive to do the same. I think we have just essentially found out where the borders of Europe are. We've always wondered in the process of EU and NATO enlargement, how far? Well, how far can we enlarge? It's an open door policy, but to what extent are we going to keep the open door? Well, Russia has made clear where the borders of Europe are. And I think it has made clear what our task is for the future. The reason for this being that we have been warned. The end goal for Moscow is not to undermine or eliminate Ukraine. It is to have veto power on security arrangements across the continent. And Putin himself made it plainly clear years back. I think it was in Süddeutsche Zeitung, in an op-ed, where he first defined the space from Lisbon to Vladivostok as being one where Russia feels entitled to equal decision-making power as NATO or European countries in general. Again, let me repeat, it's not just Russia. Every country that has an interest in revising the existing order is jumping on board and contesting Western influence in the EU and NATO neighborhood. From now on, whatever we don't do, our competitors will. We're no longer operating in a vacuum. We have competition. We don't have the luxury of not doing things because somebody else will, and they will do it to actively undermine us. Yes. And approaching the end, I will also try to emphasize why, in very concrete terms, even before we acknowledge the interdependencies with our neighbors, we are already taking steps precisely in that direction. We are rethinking our defense strategies and spending. We are breaking off energy dependency on Russia. We are rerouting vital trade flows. I have a hard time imagining how we could possibly do that from a very pragmatic standpoint without the cooperation of our neighbors, since all of the infrastructure and all of the supply chains and processes are so tightly interconnected. I would look at NATO enlargement with Albania, North Macedonia, and Montenegro and say that it's the perfect example of how, even if not the whole region has its problem solved, the fact that these 3 countries are now NATO members has reduced the risk of major conflict in the Balkans exponentially. It's taken one problem off the table, that of major conflict. We might have a lot of others, but not this one. So again, I think one of the ways that the EU can contribute to stabilization is by acknowledging the change in the strategic environment, revising its own processes, and when I say revising its own processes, it's because political vetoes that Bulgaria has experienced at both ends of the scale. Bulgaria and Romania's accession into Schengen has been vetoed by Austria, despite the fact that we meet the standards, just as Bulgaria has vetoed North Macedonia's start of the accession discussions, negotiations with the EU in ways that defeat the purpose of EU solidarity. This is exactly, and I think you pointed that out too, the prime instrument that Russia uses. It doesn't need to actively attack us, at least not at this point, and I don't think they have the capacity, the willpower, the interest, but they do have an interest in using our own vulnerabilities to undermine us from within. And as the year 2024 is approaching, and we're gonna be facing elections throughout Europe and the US, this is going to be the emphasis for Russia. It may not be doing such a great job on the ground in Ukraine, but it has years of experience in very effective endeavors of undermining democracy and us from within. So this is going to be stepped up, even for tactical purposes, meaning if we're going to have next year a generation of leaders, a set of leaders across Europe, especially in the EU neighborhood as well, that are much more inclined to be maybe not pro-Russian, but at least not so anti-Russian, let's say, then Russia has a lot more leverage in Ukraine. Probably we're not going to be supporting sanctions so much, we're not going to be supporting Ukraine so much. So this is a tactical objective for Russia for next year. It's not just strategic for the long term, it's for next year. So what we do right now really defines the circumstances of our existence in the immediate following months and not in some sort of abstract distant future.
Thank you, Anna. I'm really sure that your intervention has provoked a lot of questions for afterwards session. Now, I hope that Mikola is online. Could you confirm, please, if our next speaker is online? Yes. I hope that technically everything is fine. It's a real pleasure for me to welcome Mikola. He's political scientist and author. He's also director of think tank Politics. Mikola, I would like to start with 3 questions again. What is the role of the leadership of Black Sea region countries in organizing the grain corridor and addressing security issues? My second question is how has the occupation of Crimea by Russia impacted the security of the Black Sea region? And my third question is, in what ways does NATO play a crucial role in maintaining security in this region, according to your opinion? We see how actually the ongoing conflict in Ukraine underscores the stark contrast between war and peace, civilization and crime, between forward-looking future versus clinging to the mistakes of the past. And it would be very valuable for us to see your point of view and also to express our empathy to you and to the people of Ukraine of what's happening there. You have the floor.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for having floor today. And good afternoon, everybody. So happy to speak here, and that is a really great pleasure. Thank you for Sofia Security Forum for invitation, and Bulgaria for supporting Ukraine during this aggressive war. Bulgaria and many, many other countries, representatives of which who are also presented here today. First of all, answering first question, I really would like to highlight that Black Sea region showed their real leadership in establishing a food security components, such as grain from Ukraine program, which was a grain corridor which provided 1 million tons of cheap grain for Europe, Asian and African countries. Most of all, that was very important for African countries as a food security component, but for Europe, that was important as a moment of political stability. And I think our cooperation, which showed that, as was mentioned before, that we are small countries in this region, in Balkan countries, in Black Sea region countries. We are, of course, not China or Brazil or like India, or even as Russia, but when we are united, when we are organized some projects, we are growing, our power is growing, and we have become bigger and bigger and bigger, and we may resolve such a huge and fantastic issues as a grain corridor, which really supported African and some Asian countries. Talking about occupation of Crimea, I have to mention that Russia started the war in Ukraine 2014 from Crimea, and as European politics says that, like, we have to, and British politics says that we have to, we started this war in Crimea and we have to finish it and finish Russian aggression in Crimea. And the Crimea is like a crucial answer for stability and security in Black Sea region. Now Crimea uses as a Russian military base an unstable component in the Black Sea region. And we have to break Crimea to Ukraine and break Crimea to Western values as a tool of stability and a guarantee of such stability in the Black Sea region. Today, importance of Crimea for our region is comparable with Sicily and Italy after Second World War in the region of Mediterranean countries. Answering for your third question, remember it about the deadline of my speech. I think when we are talking about NATO, we have to remember that in Black Sea region, we have some countries who are joined NATO before, some countries who are running to join NATO as Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia, and some countries who are crucially against NATO, such as terrorist state Russia, who like trying to fight against NATO in the Black Sea region, against Moldova, against Georgia, and against Ukraine, but also receive 1,300 miles border more in NATO in the north after joining NATO of Finland. So I think that the guarantee of stability in our region, in the Black Sea region, may be achieved when more countries will join NATO. Now we have countries who are there, and Ukraine and Moldova who are really on their way and trying to reform ourselves, and who are trying to cooperate more with the NATO. And I think that may be a good. That may be a good answer for Russia, who are trying to block our moving to NATO. But our answer, joining EU and NATO, may restrict Russian aggressive possibilities in the region. That is like my brief answers to your question.
Thank you, Mikola, for your very short but at the same time profound intervention. Now I have the pleasure to give the floor to our last panelist, Николай, който така е с богата професионална журналистическа история, тъй като четвърт век всъщност работи на терен именно в региона на Западните Балкани, в Русия, в постсъветското пространство, така че за нас ще е ценно именно да споделите за пулса на региона. Стефан го нарече уязвимата периферия на Европа, региона на Западните Балкани, така да споделите за пулса на региона от гледна точка на това, че сте имали възможността да сте в сърцето на събитията в него.
You're always at the heart of events in this region. It will be very interesting for us to hear what are the neurologic vulnerabilities. How are they subjected to hybrid attacks and non-hybrid attacks from Russia? Potentially, we're brainstorming here. Well, we hope that this never happens, but if the conflict spills over from the borders, God forbid, is there something in these countries, the Western Balkans, who are not parts of NATO, like Oana mentioned? What are the most vulnerable points for conflicts in the future? Please, you have the floor. Thank you, Monica. You sent me back in time 5 years ago when you and I were very big. We had different roles in the panels during Bulgaria's presidency of the Council of the European Union, and we reverse. Yeah, but European topic runs through everything we do as a red thread. Yes, you're right. Thank you for the invitation. Sofia Security Forum, Mr. Buzilov, thank you for inviting me to be part of this important and interesting conference. It is difficult to say interesting things after Stefan and Oana and Mikula. Even the introduction of Monica sounds better than what I can say, but I'm going to live up to your level and talk about what's happening in the Balkans from a more optimistic prism. Ukraine showed us that the Western Balkans can be very vulnerable. Not completely democracy, political instability on the Balkans, and the post-Yugoslavian space showed that authoritarian and populistic voices become loud on the Balkans. Of course, they are aided by foreign factors as well as internal and domestic factors. So later on, I'm going to come to that. Today, again, in our region, people talk about dividing, exchanging territories, rearmaments, amending conventions. Humanitarian centers are built where humanitarian is only an empty adjective, but Russian intelligence interests are the people who are destabilizing our region, which creates the possibility for increasing tension, unpredictability, stalling European integration, other factors, for example, interfering in bilateral relations like between Bulgaria and Macedonia. For example, 4 years ago, Mr. Vučić created an economic, in inverted commas, economic Balkan format. Actually, is a very vague plan, a very vague political agenda, which I think is a hidden agenda of achieving old ambitions. And the war in the Ukraine impacts, Stefan mentioned that, the war in Ukraine has an impact on the dialogue between Pristina and Dialogue. Moscow is trying to harden the tone of Belgrade and aid and help delay of the stabilization of the delay in the stabilization of the Western Balkans. And also the political messages coming from the Russian ambassador to Belgrade, on the one hand, aimed at keeping Serbia close to Russia. And the Russian ambassador to Bosnia and Herzegovina has similar attitude. A couple of months ago, he said, "Oh, big deal if we make Republika Srpska independent. What's the big deal?" This demonstrates yet again that the processes on the Balkans can be really complex today, and Moscow is abusing the cracks, the unresolved issues on the Balkans over the past 20, 25 years in our region. The ailing person on the Balkans is Bosnia and Herzegovina now. This is the big risk we have to follow. And when we're talking about the activity of the Russian diplomatic services on this region and the Russian embassy in Bosnia and Herzegovina, but in particular, we notice that there are constant proactive activities of Mr. Kablukhov, ambassador of the Russian Federation to Sarajevo, inducing mistrust of the three ethnic communities living there. And I think this is very openly in support of Milorad Dodik, the Bosnian Srpska leader, Republika Srpska leader. And this prepares the climate for separation from Bosnia and Herzegovina. Dodik said a couple of days ago that it wouldn't be so bad if we split Bosnia and Herzegovina. And this is a plan which he can work with, and one day they will be part of Serbia. Whether this is scaremongering or not, I don't know. It might be adding tension to this region in order to distract the people from the Russian invasion to Ukraine. I don't know. We will have to monitor that in the future, but it should not be underestimated in no way. When we're talking about Russian information, or rather disinformation activities on the Balkans, it is good to remind people that in addition to Sputnik coming to Belgrade, we have newly Russia Today Balkans. They have opened Russian Today on the Balkans is a special branch of Russian Today, and it is not showing so much what's happening in Serbia. It's showing how poorly the Balkans are doing at the moment, how bad it is here. And Russia, how Russia has always said, if you haven't decided issues on the Balkans, there will be always tension, like we've seen in the late years. So Moscow is very proactive in the information activities, and I have a survey prepared here a long time ago, end of March, maybe early April, about the actions of Russian embassies on the Balkans and their information influence in our region. For example, we can say that it turns out that the Russian embassies, that I cannot give you everything, but just highlights. The Russian embassies in Romania, North Macedonia, Montenegro, and Greece have a lot of publication, but the champion in the social media is the Russian embassy in Sofia. And there, it says it is a real number here, 2,335,500 comments and reactions to the posts of the Russian embassy in Sofia that have attracted attention. At the same time, the second Russian embassy that is very active on the social media is in Greece. Greece, with more than 800,000 reactions. Now, this survey demonstrates, to a certain extent, how the information coming from Russian embassies penetrate and fall in the focus of local media. And we know that the messages in their majority are either false or half-truths that look like true. There is added video content, or there are other contents that are not necessarily false news, but it helps creating false news. And oftentimes, they make a parallel between the Ukraine and Donbass and the Donbass problems that we had until 2022 are compared to what is happening on the Balkans. And you say, oh, look, if it can happen in Donbass, why can't this happen between Belgrade and Pristina? Creating regional projects like Open Balkans brings a lot of risk to our region because to a great extent they change and swap the authentic actors there. For example, was Germany with the Berlin process. Germany gave a lot of impetus to the connectivity of the infrastructure, the economy on the Western Balkans to mitigate tension in our region. So in this respect, I would like to close on that. In this respect, I think that the risks are manifold. One is information risk, Russian embassies in our region, and Bulgarian, Macedonian relations. In Skopje, they say, attack Bulgaria because Bulgaria deserves that in Bulgaria. You defend they tell the Macedonians to attack Bulgaria, and they tell the Bulgarians to defend their national interests. And this is how, from a point of view, not just journalists, everyone present here, you are aware of the actions of foreign forces. They can make us hostages of a foreign hidden agenda. Alexander Vucic, Vladimir Putin, Viktor Orban, I forgot about him, but he is no less a helper of the Russian president in this region, which creates tension and increases mistrust to the EU. Thank you.
За да може да вземе най-доброто от всички геополитически играчи в момента.
To take the best of the geopolitical situation here and now. I have the pleasure of giving you the floor for questions. We will first collect several questions and give the panelists time to respond. And this is why I'm going to also ask you to be brief. I've promised Mr. Buzilov we're going to catch up, although we weren't the ones that delayed, but still, I think we will manage to achieve this. In the meantime, whilst you're thinking of your questions, I can see comments online. They are provoking us to think about whether Russia is responsible for everything in us not being able to implement some of our plans. So we also have another point of view for this discussion. Here you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I dearly like to congratulate Jordan and Monica for the great effort. So my question is a little bit broad. So going apart of the Western Balkans, there's another idea of Southeast Europe, where Ukraine is also entering. So my question is, do you get the feeling that within both Western Balkans and Southeast Europe, there is a getting transformation with the new century between the security powers in the context of these contradictions, that there are different reasons for this, and we being at this new century beginning normally get this challenge. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Other questions, comments?
Sorry to ask again, but it's a very interesting panel as well. So I wondered about the debate about EU enlargement again, and I know it's obviously a huge topic, but you made some interesting comments. From a perspective of Germany, where I come from, there is always this debate, and it's not only in Germany, but Germany makes it very prominent, first deepening, then widening. That's the declared policy of the German Chancellor for the time being. Just to ask it to reverse to various, like mainly you, but also other participants, do you see a readiness in countries in Central and Eastern Europe to actually go along with this kind of seriously, to say that because we really, really, really want enlargement, we really are with Germany and others in this process, and if it also means making various decisions that, give up power. So, because it seems like there is no real championing for this kind of process of deepening before widening or together with widening.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? Anybody else? Yeah. Here, please, on the first range.
Hello, Neil Melvin from RUSI. Actually, just picking up on that point, I mean, and thinking about Ukraine, and I think someone on the panel mentioned that there are the risks that enlargement processes take a long time. They often got held up. We've seen that. Turkey has been waiting for a very long time as well. In a sense, we probably lost Turkey as a result of that. There is a consensus in the context of war about Ukraine, but there probably isn't necessarily a consensus when the war ends about what to do with countries like Russia. So that there's lots of big questions around enlargement, both on the NATO and the EU side. Given that, do we need to start thinking about some kind of transitional arrangements that are beyond the EU and NATO to both secure Ukraine in the process, so it doesn't just drift or sort of becomes linked to other countries? And what do those look like? I think someone mentioned the EPC, which is a bit of an empty institution. Is that the sort of thing that might be useful? But that doesn't have the US in it. So do we also need to think about how the US relates to this process?
Thank you. Thank you for your question. And the last option for a question or comment? No, I don't see any. So you have the floor. I think that the questions were for every one of you. So it's up to you to decide who is first. The destiny loves the brave people, so let's go. Stefan,
okay, thank you. I will say something about competition. Anna mentioned it. We have a competition different big powers, but here we have a competition between two processes, accession fatigue and enlargement fatigue. So we need to change the frame of thinking, and for Western Balkans countries it's problematic because our trade mainly, I could say for Serbia, more than 70% full trade is with EU. Also, Serbia and Montenegro are the most economically developed countries in the Western Balkans, but still we need a growth rate every year, 6 to 7%, and then we will, after 2070, be in the level of European average. It's quite problematic because at the same time European Union promised that after the war it will rebuild new Ukraine, totally modern, developed country, full-fledged member of the EU, a full-fledged member of NATO. So war-destroyed country, it's a promise that's very ambitious. So promise to rebuild EU totally developed as a totally developed country with 40 million people. And on the other side, you have Western Balkans with population less than one Romania, with the GDP less than one Slovakia. So 6 Western countries produce less than one Slovakia. And we do not have a strong promise from the EU. Maybe it's risky, but I propose that EU should say clearly, this is the date. Okay, by the end of this decade, Western Balkans countries have a chance to become full-fledged members. These are conditions. And then we have a path. Then we have a roadmap. Without roadmap, without concrete conditions, we could not discuss about obligations, about full-fledged membership, etc. So because everything depends on daily basis political promises. That's my point of view. So it's a question of European credibility. Of course, we have a problem of democracy, autocracy, etc. But, for example, in comparison with Bulgaria, Bulgaria had 10 times more money, financial aid, at the same candidacy status as Serbia today. So just compare that numbers and you will see the real readiness of EU for enlargement and real readiness to incorporate whole Western Balkans countries. I think with good growth, with well-educated people, that also with good economic growth, we will also have more demands for democracy. With poor people, with threatened people by the conflict, with the ethnic cleavages, etc., we will always have autocracy and some promises from the EU. That's my point of view, sorry. Maybe I'm too emotional.
Yeah, it's completely understandable, and I fully support actually the Western Balkans European perspective. But if I should put myself also in the shoes of the European Union, we have also to say that we have the credible enlargement perspective for the Western Balkans, which gave actually a motivational time horizon 2025. We don't know what will happen. But you know that this is a merit-based approach, the negotiations among the member states of the European Union and the Western Balkans. And you shared with us how many people actually in Serbia are supporting EU accession, only 60% in comparison to 70% which are supporting Russia. So there are some nuances which are also influencing maybe the speed of the EU accession process. I completely understand that there is a kind of fatigue, but at the same time we have to be honest from both sides, and also in terms of the common foreign and security policy and the expected alignment of Belgrade with the positions of the European Union, there we have also something to expect more. I'm not criticizing, because I really would like to see these 18 million people from the Western Balkans to be part of the European Union, our people, our neighbors. But at the same time, when I'm playing the devil's role, I would like also to say the other position of the Union one.
Can I pick up on this actually? Because it's funny how we always do two things in the European Union when it comes to enlargement. One, we have fish-like memory. We start from zero every time. I mean, you know, to your question on Germany, if the world stood still, which would be very nice at this point, it would, you know, I would be all for deepening and then widening. It would make complete sense. But the world doesn't. So the question is, can we afford to do this? We don't live anymore in a world of ideal options. We live in a world of potentially catastrophic choices and choices that can save us from, you know, accelerated deterioration of the environment that we live in. So then, if there is not enough movement in the Western Balkans, in Ukraine, in Moldova, in Georgia, in the direction that would be ideal for us, then the first question we need to ask ourselves is, can we do something different, or can we do something more to generate the environment that would incentivize them to make those moves? And to be clear, I am not in any way advocating for less emphasis on rule of law just because we have different security circumstances, but more emphasis on rule of law. And this brings me to the second thing that we often do. We mistake governments for the actual countries. I mean, look at Moldova. 2-3 years ago, or actually, you know, let's start even further back in time. When Moldova was the poster child of the Eastern Partnership and seemed to be making a lot of progress and so on and so forth. Then they had elections and they had a pro-Russian socialist government that essentially took the country way away from its European aspirations, strengthened corruption, state capture, and so on and so forth. Now they have a pro-European government that's working day in, day out to try and advance Moldova's EU aspirations. It's the same country. Countries don't change in the space of 2, 3, 5 years. It is the absolute same country. That is the situation with so many others in the EU neighborhood, and within the EU for that matter. They're split. We have pro-democratic forces and we have anti-democratic forces. We have pro-Russian forces and we have anti-Russian forces. So the question is, how do we work with that complexity? And if we seek to incentivize societies, then let's try to incentivize societies, not just their governments, because governments come and go. And what we've been doing as the EU, I think, is that we haven't invested enough in the actual drivers of democratic change. We have worked, and we see this in the Belgrade-Pristina arrangement, for instance, plainly clear, and we've seen it for so long. We emphasize due process in EU enlargement and conditionality and so on and so forth. We're very technical about it. And then we let Vučić get away with murder, so to speak, if he will please sign on, metaphorically speaking, not just in practice, to the agreement. We are ready to close our eyes on a number of things if we manage to work out what is truly a very destabilizing and major problem in the Balkans. But then, you know, if we have failed to strengthen the resilience of these societies against Russian influence and anti-democratic forces and so on, then we cannot just look at them and say, hey, but they haven't moved, they haven't been serious enough. And the same goes for Central Eastern Europe. Central Eastern Europe is very different. I cannot answer for Central Eastern Europe as a whole because Hungary, thank God, is very different from Poland, even from Romania, from Bulgaria, and so on and so forth. But what we have in Central Eastern Europe is the reflection of the atmosphere of competition, adversity, mistrust within the EU, which makes all of these countries essentially say, yeah, we would probably like to do that, but I don't trust the others to do it, so we're not going to do it either. And then, true, this is a major problem. It is a major problem for the EU. It is to be solved within the EU and outside. Clearly, Russia is not responsible for everything. This is us. This is our doing over decades, but the enemy will obviously use every avenue to try and make the best of it.
Thank you, Anna. Mikola, would you like to answer?
Yes, just like a few points about like this century and what we are looking for and what we are really want. We know that the next fight will be democracy against autocracy, and Mr. Borrell at once last summer said that like if EU wanna be stronger, it have to divided border, made it wider. And I think also from myself that like such countries as the Balkan countries, Eastern Europe, Central Europe, we have really see our goal. We have to feel that we may be involved in a union such as NATO, such as EU, because like I truly agree with the example of Turkey, which was mentioned before, that like 35 years of waiting change the country and change the new goals of that country, and that country may become part of autocracy. And also we have to remember that the autocratic requirements is much more lower than high democratic standards, and for some countries which may be on the side of democracy may choose another side. So and in the future we have to fight for them, then not to fight against them. So I think like that we have to continue our dialogue, and we have to talk about that more, and we have to cooperate more and to come closer, and I think in the future, now I'm talking from Ukraine, and that we really want to win in this war, but the winning for us is not only destroying Russian troops in our territory, is joining EU, joining NATO, and be the part of West, I mean like the part where democratic values rules. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mikola. Thank you for your intervention. And last but not least.
Хубаво да не си от последните, но като последен обаче да кажа, че...
The last one, let me say that actually the Russian intervention in Ukraine strengthened a very specific front in the Balkans between autocracy and democracy. The fact that in the Balkans today we have leaders who can easily think that it's not bad to protect your national interests through the prism of Russia. It's not bad to think of your position in the Balkans through the prism of the Russian world, through the prism of the Serbian world. It's not bad to consider things in a way that explain if something was bad or unjust or unfair in the Balkans, how today the same thing could be explained with vice versa inverted processes, with an inverted order. It reminds me of a Western scientist who said, "Give me more arguments and I will find you the facts," which completely messes up our understanding in society nowadays as to why there's so much interest in autocratic regimes? Why in Bulgaria are people publicly rejoicing in the activities of Putin to some extent? Why do others say, oh look, if Vucic can do this in the Western Balkans, through open Balkans, why can't Bulgaria also seek its own ways for that? There's arguments given through politics. And the bad thing is that the war in Ukraine that completely changed the public order in Europe actually gives arguments that even the bad isn't all that bad. It's the lesser bad. Trying to explain bad through good arguments, that's the worst problem that we're having at the moment in the Balkans. And from there, the path to destabilization, to finding arguments and theses that don't actually exist in essence, that gives reason for many to carry out and implement the Kremlin's order here in the Balkans. I told you what the embassies do in social media. The pressure and tensions they create in our region are not only through Facebook, Twitter, let me not say all the other social networks where they're very active. The bad thing is that we don't actively counteract. We don't have strategic communication. We don't have the net. We don't even need to look for that. I mean, even in my country, it's missing such strategic communication, which can make us think of the fact that behind all these efforts to influence and impact from abroad, there's someone who actually wants to destroy the stability in the Balkans. And let's not mistake ourselves, stability in the Balkans is very fragile. Yeah, thank you very much, Nikolai, for this response. Thank you all.
Can I just very
It's over there, and I promised it 15.
I will only be a minute, but I don't want to leave that question unanswered, and we forgot about it. I would say to your question, should we think of something else that's not EU, NATO, or enlargement? My answer would be absolutely no. I mean, definitely not after we've promised this to Ukraine and Moldova and the Western Balkans, because how on earth can we expect them to ever believe us and ever again about anything if we're going to be changing the rules and changing our mind all the time? That being said, Ukraine's potential EU accession is likely to take decades, and I think they know that. So we absolutely need to think of something. I don't know what that might be, but it needs to be intermediate deliverables that actually make that perspective credible and realistic. Do we need to rethink the process? Do we need to rethink and maybe do this phasing in, gradual integration, all of these things that are being discussed? Absolutely. Probably we should be thinking very seriously about this. But to not offer at the end of the road the perspective of voting rights, of participating in every process within the EU and so on, why would then corrupt elites throughout the region give up power unless we create something that mobilizes their electorates and constituencies against them because they believe a different fate is possible? If we just say you're going to be participating in something that's going to guarantee your security, make you more prosperous, but you're still going to be stuck with the same governments and the same political class and the same corruption and so on, what would be the point and how would we be encouraging change? So that's why I'm saying no. I think we still need to keep that framework.
Thank you, Anna. В заключение бих искала да благодаря сърдечно на всички ви за участието, да ви уверя, че ние от Румъния и България ще продължаваме да подкрепяме европейската перспектива, не просто да бъде открехната вратата за Западните Балкани, но и отворена, както и за европейската перспектива.
But also for the European perspective for Ukraine. And to you, Stefan and Mikola, I wish your generation gives the new generation the new hope and the new approach precisely in these countries in terms of the EU and NATO. And since we're at the eve of the 9th of May, I would like for us to all wish that hope we can celebrate peace and unity in Europe. Thank you, enjoy your afternoon, and the following session will continue at 3:30.
At 3:30 we continue. In 15 minutes we continue. Thank you so much, and please applause my panelists.
So, thank you very much. First, I'd like to thank you to the organizers, Sofia Security Forum, for this very interesting and thorough conference. Thank you all to our panelists that have come to Sofia, have taken their time to be with us. And thank you to everyone who stayed until the last panel today. Instead of an introduction, to keep quick, I'd like just to cite the recent conclusion of the European Council on Foreign Relations Director, that after the start of the war in Ukraine, the West is both more united but less influential in the world. So everyone agrees the international world order is at a turning point. The question is, where is it turning and in what direction? We'll try to look for some answers with these gentlemen. I'd like to present to you first Plamen Ralchev, Dr. Plamen Ralchev, who is the head of the Department of International Relations at the University of National and World Economy here in Sofia, Bulgaria, and who is an expert also at the Sofia Security Forum. Then Roland Freudenstein, who is the Vice President of GlobSec and head of GlobSec's office in Brussels, and a specialist in European integration and international security. And last but not the least, Dr. Raphael Bossong, who is the Deputy Head of Research Division for Europe at the German Institute for International and Security Affairs in Berlin. Thank you, gentlemen. I'd like to start with a question to all of you. We're entering some uncharted waters. The future of the international system, it looks clear that the war in Ukraine won't finish shortly. But when it does, how do you imagine it? Is the so-called and much talked about Korean scenario likely in your opinion? And if not, what kind of peace treaty could be credible? So who would like to start? What kind of...
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm happy to start if nobody else wants to. I actually been listening very carefully and thinking while having great sessions here that, on the one hand, we do need pragmatism and concrete solutions, but I also think we definitely need some visions, at least somewhere to work towards. And so these analogies that you just mentioned, I think they are a starting point, but I don't think they are necessarily the best way to think it to the end. So of course I can say, well, sure, a Korean scenario is possible, and it's something that Russia wants to do, but definitely something we want to avoid. And there are other analogies. Maybe, there is I heard an Israeli scenario, meaning we kind of maybe don't give Ukraine full accession to various security institutions, but we very much support them militarily and put Ukraine in a position that they can fight off most threats by themselves. Or you can think of course, various other frozen conflicts in the European neighborhood and use them as an analogy. But I think what we rather need is something bigger, something broader, and something more fundamental. We heard a lot about the prospects of enlargement. I think that is definitely one big show in town, and something I would also subscribe to. So we have a stronger consolidated Western European institutional-based infrastructure with an enlarged NATO, with an enlarged EU. But then there is still an element else that is missing, and we just heard it with the EPC, but there is more elements that I think we're still lacking. And I won't be too long, but I try to speak a little bit from the German perspective. It's a big country, lots of different views, but in Germany, we used to have these big ideas about, taking up post-Cold War, a common house of Europe. This was kind of this, with Gorbachev, the dialogue thing that we loved in Germany as a diplomatic tradition. And I mean, that's definitely off the table. And then, of course, there's a lot of talk about, containment, Cold War II, blah, blah, blah. I think that's something that's definitely not satisfactory from a German perspective. And that doesn't mean we have to give in to Russia again. I really think Germany is hopefully over that kind of Russia appeasement phase. But still, I think we're not ready to sign up to, let's put it bluntly, the Baltic vision of, we just have to be as tough as possible and just really, be tough and show it. And And I think that's where I don't have an answer yet, but we need some other vision than a regional vision that includes lots of countries in the post-Soviet space that won't be even in the near to midterm members of EU and NATO. And the Council of Europe hasn't been mentioned once in the whole conference. Maybe it's dead. Maybe it's just as dead as the OSCE. But there is this kind of space, and I think the EPC might be a stepping stone towards that. So, thanks.
Mr. Freudenstein. Here's another German voice, coincidentally a bit different from Raphael. You know, I used to have a Slovak boss, former Prime Minister of Slovakia, Mikuláš Dzurinda, in my previous job in the Martin Center in Brussels. And he used to say, when two parties have a conflict of interest, the solution is only a good solution if both sides are equally happy or equally unhappy. Now, whether we call it Korean scenario or whatever else, I have a problem imagining an outcome of this conflict between Russia and Ukraine in which both sides are equally, well, happy, we can forget, but even equally unhappy is very hard for me to imagine. Why? Because, I mean, let's say Korean scenario and like kind of a frozen conflict, end of active war fighting, but, or at least on a grand scale, but a kind of a permanent stalemate. If that happens along the current front lines, or even front lines maybe 50, 100 kilometers into the currently Russian-occupied territory, it's still going to be something that Putin can get away with as a victory. And that is not acceptable not only to Ukraine. Any Ukrainian government that signs a deal like this is passed, is not going to survive in Ukraine itself. And as I think it's not in the interests of the eastern flank countries. And I would argue, my dear colleague on the panel, it is certainly also not in Germany's interests or France's interests.
So what's the alternative?
So the alternative is indeed that there can only be peace if and when Russia withdraws from the occupied territories. Yeah, but that's not the Korean scenario. I'm sorry.
No, I meant not the kind of Korean scenario in that sense. We give Russia land. I just meant just tough containment, right. Just being as tough on Russia as possible.
And it's not us who gives land. You know, this is another point where the situation sometimes veers into the vague, like, you know, when there's so many German intellectuals that write these letters that there must be negotiations right now. Well, who is negotiating? And it's not Sarah Wagenknecht, right? As I said, I think that either Ukraine loses in the sense that Russia will retain substantial parts of territory, and that is a loss not only for Ukraine as a country and as a democracy, but for the entire West and for the global order, the rules-based global order. Whether it comes back in the pre-2022 form or not is a different question, but it's going to be a huge win for autocracy on a global scale. So, I mean, that's my long answer to your question. The other scenario, we can discuss that later on in detail. The other scenario will be indeed a victory for the West. And by the way, this will help hugely to convince many countries of the, can I say it, the global South? Because, you know, I mean, it's a bit like left and right in politics, or what is Central Europe? You know, the fact that we don't have a hard definition doesn't mean that the idea doesn't exist, right? So the global South will greatly change its fence-sitting by the time Ukraine wins this war. And Russia loses, and Putin will sooner or later have to leave the Kremlin, not voluntarily. He won't step down, that's correct, but he will leave.
Thank you very much. Dr. Raut.
definitely it is very hard to imagine the end of the war. I would rather label it as indefinite war, because we can't envision, as our colleagues mentioned, we can't envision a situation where both parties are equally happy or unhappy unless we can envisage such a situation. We can't imagine negotiations, because negotiations should lead to this point of being either both happy or both unhappy. They can't sit on one table and negotiate. So we are very far away from this process. That's why I call this war indefinite war, or probably a war without an end. And we'll be faced with different challenges or different phases through which we are going to find somehow interim orders or interim arrangements. I wouldn't say it will be frozen conflict, because I don't see it will freeze somehow, because there are passion on both sides. And there are, especially for Ukrainians, there is international support, which will not cease, so it will continue. And in my view, the problem will be whether this war will be contained, and can it be contained only within the current theater of military actions and armed actions, or in Russian imagination, because we're also speaking here about political imagination and strategic imagination, what might happen and what might be designed and constructed in the near future. When I say I think about the Russian invasion in Ukraine, or the war in Ukraine, or whatever you name it, as an indefinite war, I can't see the end, let's say, in 10 years or more than 10 years' time. At least this is my opinion, this is my vision. So what happens, or what might happen in that period? Will all these hostilities be contained only on the territory of Ukraine? If we have a counter-offensive, Ukrainian forces might withdraw some of the, or expel some of the Russian forces. It depends on the military actions. But whether these actions will be contained only to the present theater, or new theaters might be opened, and there are few fears or few risks that were already mentioned about the Western Balkans. There are also risks in the Caucasus between Armenia and Azerbaijan. There is a risk in Moldova and Transnistria. No one mentioned today, but there are tensions between Greece and Turkey in the Eastern Mediterranean. Greece is following a policy of developing axes and coalitions with external factors, trying to defend itself against Turkey and Turkey's aspirations in the Eastern Mediterranean. For Russia, it will be instrumental to challenge the integrity of NATO, just as it is instrumental to challenge the integrity of some NATO and EU member states like Bulgaria, or countries where there are some cracks either in the democratic culture or institutions, or corruption, or in the case of Bulgaria, pro-Kremlin, anti-Kremlin sentiments. If Russia invests efforts in widening or igniting the tensions between Turkey and Greece, and in this way jeopardizing and compromising the integrity of NATO, it will be a huge damage. So we have to be aware about side effects and side actions of Russia, trying to open new theaters of military actions somewhere else, to deconcentrate attention from Ukraine to somewhere else. and even the crisis in Sudan and the aspirations of Russia in Sudan might be such indications that Russia will seek, it will be a long conflict, Russia knows it. Russia probably wasn't prepared for such a long conflict, and it will try to mitigate somehow by dissolving the attention or throwing the attention to some other theaters. This is just my deliberations about what might happen further on. But at least, in my view, we should be prepared for a very long war.
Okay, thank you. So how should we respond? Is the European integration, the further European integration, a response to such threats? For example, the European integration of Ukraine, how should we proceed and how should the EU manage this process, promising the future accession to Ukraine? Maybe we can start with Dr. Bossong.
Okay, in same order. Yes, I'll answer that in only one more sentence. Just, it's not a public German-to-German discussion, but I want to just be clear. I was not trying to advocate for giving Russia immediate war aims. What I was rather trying to express, maybe not clearly enough, was that we do not have a kind of view of a regional order reaching further beyond immediate, and then I come to EU accession. And I think we still need to develop one. It won't be the one in the 90s, but this kind of wider view, I think, still needs to be formulated. We can't do it now. Maybe we need to still wait for the next 6 months, but it is an urgent task as well. So with EU integration, yes, absolutely, it is decided. And we just had a great panel on the pros and cons and the difficulties. It's definitely a prospect that should be maintained as credible. I mean, there are so many reasons to believe or see why it becomes derailed. But I think in this case, in this kind of pressure situation, it is feasible if, let's say we keep another 5 years of agenda, and then maybe the technical process can continue. What is on the table at the moment, though, shows that these kind of interim solutions which will be necessary are not friction-free. So we had this idea about opening the market already, and we see what happened with the Ukrainian grain. So we just have to kind of ride this out. So we do need these kind of steps towards accession, partial opening, and not just one bang. But this is a lesson just now. We've seen that this is not a thing that we can see as a harmonious process. And this was a problem we could see coming. I mean, there was a crisis we could have avoided with the Ukrainian grain exports if there had been a little bit more attention to these questions. I also see issues with migration, labor migration, and return migration in the next 2 or 3 years that we haven't really addressed yet sufficiently. Everybody knows it, but there aren't coherent plans on it yet. So we can go through many issues. So I think we need to get those practical things right to maintain a realistic prospect of integration, and not just have a Brussels-based conditionality negotiation.
Yeah, I have to come back to this all European security concept. I mean, it reminds me of this bad joke where a Brit, a German, and a Frenchman are taken hostage and they're supposed to be executed, and only a German can tell this joke. And the Frenchman, they all have a last wish, and the Frenchman wants a 5-course meal, and the Brit wants a decent cup of tea, and the German wants to give a presentation on a gesamteuropäische Friedensordnung, right? And the two others say, no, shoot me first. And, we are so in love with these overarching schemes, and we believe that even Putin has to somehow be integrated. Well, that's the point. And then you forgot to say that, my dear. That is the decisive thing. With Putin, there will be no such deal. There will be no grand bargain, because, I mean, we can do maybe just about prisoner exchange. The Ukrainians can sign a grain deal with him when it comes to very, very limited, immediately verifiable things. But something that requires good faith, and that is the case for a European peace structure, is impossible with that man. And it goes beyond his person. It's impossible with Putinism in power in the Kremlin. So I'm afraid we'll have to get used to this fact. And yes, containment is the answer. And I'm afraid that in the eyes of, for example, our Eastern flank partners and allies, we have made ourselves look pretty impossible with this fetishism of grand European constructs. And we might sit down and listen a little bit before proposing the next grand scheme, right? Okay, now to your question.
But do you mean that we shouldn't enlarge the EU more?
No, I'm coming to that.
Okay.
No, this was not about the EU, this was about Helsinki II or these grand structures.
Okay.
Neither did I say that, but anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, get on.
So about the EU, look, we have to manage between two extremes. One extreme certainly is the idea that integrating Ukraine will take decades. That is something that we should not say because A, it's not necessarily true, and B, it's very discouraging in the current moment. And I think it's politically not the right thing to say. I mean, we have consistently underestimated Ukraine, for example, when it comes to using military hardware, when it comes to not only military performance, but the self-organization of society. I mean, have you noticed that there is by now a civilizational gap between the Russian society, which still lives along the vertical, and that means top-down, and Ukrainian society, which is living subsidiarity, as we like to call it in Western Europe? So we should not underestimate Ukraine's ability to speed up on not just adopting the so-called acquis communautaire, the common legal substance of the European Union, not just on paper, but actually implementing it. So far, the results, I mean, Ukraine is not there. When Olha Stefanishina, the Minister for European Affairs, says, oh, we've already put 85% of the acquis communautaire into Ukrainian law. That is fine, but that is not what it takes for Ukraine to start membership negotiations. They want to start this year. So, you know, that's one extreme, and I think the other extreme is to say, as the French president said, it's going to take decades. I think somewhere in between that, we will land. If Ukraine stabilizes thanks to a peace deal, then and that only happens, of course, thanks to a victory. Then, of course, the accession to the European Union can happen in less than 10 years. Absolutely. But we're not there yet, and both sides have to work on it.
Of course. Dr. Ralchev.
I really like the point about European integration as a fetish, because we somehow used European integration as a fetish already. I think in the case of Ukraine accession to the European Union, we will need probably an upgraded strategy for accession, because I can't imagine integrating or accession to the EU of a country which is at war. The European Union,
we're talking
Union,
about
yeah, the
after
European,
the war.
Yes, after the war, but the negotiation process should continue at time when this country is at war. This is the complicated story. The European Union hasn't experienced such a thing.
It should reinvent
Everything
itself.
happens for the first time.
Yes,
Yeah.
but we have to devise the way how to proceed with this, and we can't promise.
no
We
reason
can't
why we
promise. We can't promise anything for the time being.
Okay, let's take a broader look. The UN has long been criticized for being ineffective, and now is completely blocked. Do you think that with the war in Ukraine, this would finally provoke a Security Council reform, or should we look for something alternative, an alternative security organization, something else?
Yes, I think it will be very difficult to reform the United Nations, because the United Nations organization was set up at a very different historic moment. After the end of the Second World War, we have an entirely new situation now. We have many different players, and my personal opinion is that probably we need a new, as I mentioned in my previous statement, new interim arrangement for planning or for designing the future architecture. So we need step-by-step approach in order to design and to construct the future security architecture. We are very far away from the idea how it will look like, who will be in charge of designing the principles, the norms, the values, how we can integrate all the countries, or will there be fence-sitters, or who will be the active part in negotiating and designing this new organization. It can't be just UN 2 or UN second version. It should be something else. The minister in the morning mentioned the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe just as a European format. But we think about the world system as a whole. And here I have plenty of options that might be discussed in terms of flexibility, in terms of adaptability of the system, in terms of why not hybridity? We talk about hybrid war, hybrid attacks, hybrid threats, hybrid everything. The future world system will be hybrid. It will not be as neat and tidy structured as it used to be in the 20th century. Probably the Cold War would have seemed a kind of ideal version of a world system. You have plus and minus, you have one pole, another pole. We will have a multiple, if we use a chemistry word like polymeric world system, where there are different components with special links between these components. They will be structured in various ways, multi-layered. We can't think of all these characteristics right now, but definitely it will be a much more dynamic system, and I think it should be much more adaptable and much more flexible to developing processes in the world, because the United Nations is very slow and was very slow, and it is still very slow in reacting to developments in the world system. That's why it's ineffective, that's why it is being criticized, and the confidence in this organization is decreasing. No one believes it, and it is blocked because of the role of Russia. So who will be in the leading role of designing this new architecture? Obviously, Russia is already compromised. If Russia participates, it should participate under another leadership, not under the present one. China, the so-called anti-Western countries, or the countries that are against the collective West, the disadvantaged or disenchanted countries like Brazil, India, the global South, how they will be positioned, because they always feel like they are in the second or third ranks. And in this new system, they should be interlocutors in the first place when the system is designed. Otherwise, they will be on the back benches again. So we have to design the steps first and to pass through certain processes. We can't come with a very bright idea, the world will look like this, and let's do it. We'll go through various discussions, various disputes about different options, and it will be a complicated deliberation, and it will take many, many years. We are living in we just started a very long process of transformation. We believe that the Cold War ended, we were in a period of cold peace. I like this metaphor very much, designed by Janusz Bugajski 20 years ago, who was the first, by the way, who warned about the new imperialism of Putin in 2003, 2004, even before the war in Georgia. And we tend to believe that it was over, we are living in peace and everything is nice. There were some wars, there was terrorist problems, but we were somehow immune. No, we are not immune. We are threatened, and we already know we are threatened. We just need to go out of our zone of comfort and start thinking about different options.
I'm thinking from here, should the Global South have, for example, a role in the UN Security Council? And why and how important is it to establish a new dialogue between the West and this Global South, which you mentioned is now sitting on the fence?
Yeah, I mean, as far as the UN system is concerned, for example, I mean, of course, the UN Security Council permanent members are an old-fashioned collection of countries, right? It doesn't correspond to the real power of nations. But I think what I'm just saying is not something that we realized this year. It's something that's been around for decades. And the difficulty of changing that system tells me how difficult it is going to be to replace it by something else. And yes, it may take decades and it may never happen. I would actually venture this guess that whatever emerges, if it's supposed to be helpful to solving conflicts, preventing conflicts, keeping the peace, guaranteeing global development, then it will not be radically different from the rules-based global order that has emerged over the last, well, since World War II. I'll give you one example. The so-called multipolar order that the Chinese and Russians and some other countries of the
and
global
maybe
South
Macron
made, he doesn't use the multipolar world order. He uses other things he shouldn't use, but okay. So the multipolar world order, when Xi Jinping says that, it's nothing else than the code name for spheres of influence where the big powers can pretty much do what they want. They can even change borders, right? And global human rights play no role. Now, frankly speaking, I cannot see why a democratic country in the global South should have any interest in such an order of things, except that it may feel good for the moment to advocate it because it riles, because it triggers the West, you know, which we just have to recognize that for some countries, saying things that trigger the West is attractive, right? There are reasons for this. Partly it's our fault. Partly we really have been condescending, but partly it's something that we need to confront more openly and more directly. And saying that this type of multipolar order will bring us sooner or later to the same disasters that great power politics of the 19th century brought us to with modern ideologies and technologies in the 20th century. There is a reason why the global order, the rules-based global order emerged, and it certainly produced something that was better than the first half of the 20th century. So I think we need to make that case. We need to make it without arrogance. We need to make it without condescension. But we shouldn't shy away from arguing, actually, that, for example, introducing conditionality about good governance and the rule of law in bilateral relations, it's not Western condescension. It is, in our view, the best way to lead to a functioning relationship and the functioning development on all sides, right? There's nothing imperialistic about advocating the separation of powers. Quite the contrary, you know? It's in our view, I mean, please tell me an alternative. Which system works better and produces better governance in the long run? And if someone says China, I say COVID, and you know, we can veer off into a complicated debate. But which other system produces long-range development And I think we should be extremely
But how to persuade
confident.
these South countries that this is the right,
Well,
the better...
By demonstrating and pointing to examples where exactly the absence of separation of powers produces bad results in the long run. Okay. And by showing that people will in the end always prefer a system in which they have a say about their personal future to a system in which they're being ruled by a dictator. I think that's a universal truth, and we shouldn't be shy of pronouncing it.
Okay, Dr. Bassang, what are the prospects of a new European security architecture with regards to Russia, and how would we deal? Should Moscow have a role or be excluded, in your opinion?
Okay, coming back to the same point again, I just wanted to add one thing, just very brief to this discussion just now. I mean, just think, if you look at the presence now, I'm not sure whether this is going to carry long, but the German government and other governments are already in the process of G20, you know, Alliance of Democracy, Friends of Multilateralism. I mean, there are all sorts of groups popping up that are an attempt to convince, and I think we will have to see how much of that really sticks. I think just today there was a news item that the European Commission or External Action Service, I couldn't verify it, apparently now has a new strategy of wooing Chile, Brazil, Kazakhstan, and Nigeria. Okay, an odd mix, right? Brazil maybe we could think about as a BRICS country, but what about the other three? And then, you know, if you look at, okay, Nigeria, Western Africa, major power, Chile, major resources, Kazakhstan, other major resources, and a country that we may want to pull away even further from Russia. So let's put it this way, there is something in the offing that people are really talking about. Yeah, before we had this partnership talk, and now we really have partnership talk or sort of transactional offers. We really offer something rather than, okay, here's our package and you take it or leave it. So I think, you know, just as an illustration, I think we're going to see more of those, Kazakhstan, Nigeria, and this is not just the G20, but a lot of other countries that suddenly will become more attractive than in the past. So messy, but this is, I think, where we are right now. So the other question about the European security architecture, I mean, I get it, yes. I mean, I think of myself as not all too German, and I know we can just endlessly wax about these kind of conceptions, but in a way I could say you just contradicted yourself, because you're praising the merits of the rules-based international order, and then if we look to Europe, well, is it going to be just one bloc against the other? I mean, I know, for full disclosure, my wife is a former Russian citizen. She lives in Germany for many years. I know a lot of Russian opposition, so maybe I see only the other Russians and not the pro-Putin Russians. But I know the problem. I know it. It's not to say that I trust Putin one thing, and I also have no illusions about the democratizing potential of Russia. What I was trying to say is that just going, I mean, while Germany had to have the soul-searching process, for sure, just going on the side of we just have to full pressure and no other strategy but full pressure is necessary now, but it's not going to carry for the next 5 years. Yeah, and that is not to appease Russia. But we need also arms control treaties, and we need to also see about these regional spillages. Just how to do it, of course, is super difficult. I mean, whether the OSCE can, again, play a role, I have heard only negative things so far about it. Maybe we'll find a new opening. Whether we have another alternative forum that is not outright containment to Russia, but not including Russia, say something like the EPC, I don't know yet. But say an arrangement that is not NATO, but that brings in a wider range of actors and may allow Russia to see it not as immediately confrontational. Of course, that also assumes some willingness on the Russian side to engage with it. If they all see it as a Western threat, then, well, there's nothing we can do. Yeah? But I could also see a scenario, and I'm not a Russian expert, once again, but I could also imagine a scenario whereby, say, they lose pretty badly now, which I hope for, again, I'm fully there, that they're going to turn more inward. And this is not to say that Russia is going to turn nice, but maybe Russia is maybe just not going to be as able as it used to be as expansionist and as revisionist for some time. And if that is a period, maybe we can use that period not to be sort of naive again and just kind of buy into, oh, let's get the gas again, but to find an arrangement to say, okay, we're not on the same page as values are, but we don't envisage you as the most aggressive revisionist power in every instance. I think right now it is, but maybe in 3 to 5 years Russia isn't. And then I think we need to have some more standoff, but somewhat negotiable framework to engage with. Whether it's the OSCE or something else, I don't know yet. So I understand that from Eastern European perspective, this looks like, again, France and Germany trying to steamroller them. Yes, we have to argue against that, but what I also was trying to say, not to kind of criticize the Baltics, just pushing and screaming at the top, I think is, in the medium term, not also a sustainable strategy. And from the last point, from a German perspective, I also hope that we can at least come with Poland again to a new page on that. And this is the other big question mark in the next few months, apart from Turkey and other things. If Poland continues on the trajectory that it is now, I think it's going to be very difficult to have a medium perspective where we have a pan-European or European EU-based projected further eastward vision of what this order could look like.
Okay, I'd like to introduce you another speaker. We have by video conference a speaker from the United States. It's Dr. Thomas Marks. He's a distinguished professor, head of Department of War and Conflict Studies at the College of International Security Affairs of the National Defense University in Washington, D.C. Professor Marks, can we have Professor Marks?
I am in fact here.
Hello, could you hear us, Professor Marks? Hello, could you hear us, Professor Marks?
It's rather an impressive image.
Okay, so Professor Marks, could you share with us what's your vision about the international world order now after the war in Ukraine? How do you see the new world order and the architecture of security?
Well, it's remarkable that I'm just coming from a discussion dealing with Africa, and I think it speaks directly to the point you're making, that is the struggle that has been unleashed in the world is over legitimacy, a struggle for the manner in which the world order will unfold in coming years in the aftermath of this conflict. And I can't emphasize enough that it is not merely what we are opposing, certainly in this country, but rather what we are fighting for. What do we stand for? What do we want the future to look like? And this deals with every state is presently facing unparalleled challenge. As you can tell from the visage on the screen, I'm one of the few people on our faculty who actually fought in the Battle of Waterloo. But that means that many of the things that are unfolding I simply have not seen in my lifetime. That is, the challenges to the very essence of the system. And this means, of course, that there are various critical vulnerabilities which are being exploited in every state. The demands for participation, the demands for certain ways forward. And Ukraine has simply revealed all of these. And whether the conflict ends tomorrow or in a year, the same questions are going to loom. Over?
And Professor Marks, how do you think, what will the future relationship between the United States and Russia be after the war?
Could you say that again, ma'am?
How do you expect the future relationship between the United States and Russia after the end of the war?
Well, it's one of the things that is remarkable in much of the discussion here is that it is not simply laid on the table that we're, on the one hand, we're dealing with a dictatorship, and on the other hand, we're dealing with a democracy, however flawed. And the result is that in the aftermath of the conflict, you still have these same issues. How are you going to represent the people? And it's remarkable that in the United States right now, we are locked in a battle that we thought had been fought and won with the civil rights movement. That is, how do you allow all to have a voice in society? But if you're dealing with, on the other side, a society which is exactly the opposite, how does one translate this into a strategic way forward? Over?
So how could we translate this in a strategic way forward?
You can see what's happening. Your questions on this end are quite garbled, and so I'm almost winging it, but I apologize.
Audio quality.
Okay, can we continue with some other questions? We've seen, to Mr. Ralti first, we've seen the growing role of the PMC Wagner Group, and not only in the conflict in Ukraine, but also in Africa. Is there a risk of multiplication of these kinds of private armies, and how should we address it? We, I mean, NATO, the European Union.
Definitely the activities of non-state actors, although in the case of Wagner company, Wagner Group, it's a state associate, so to say, because it works with the Kremlin's government. But the type of non-state agents in international relations and their activities will increase in the future. And I missed to mention a while ago when I discussed the possibilities of future architecture, who is going to design this future architecture? Will it be only the states that will participate in debating the future architecture, or non-state actors, international or transnational organizations and movements be involved? And these types of non-state actors, who will judge their legitimacy? Because we will have a multiplicity of agents and multiplicity of actors in the years to come. We already have such multiplicity of actors, but we stick to the conventional thinking that it is states that matters in international relations. This is the conventional thinking, but we have alternative players as well. Will these alternative players be accommodated somehow in the future architecture or not? They will be just observers, on the side, and benches, sitters, etc., etc. Will they be included or not? Because if they continue to act as free agents and free riders in international relations, they might cause damage to the future system and not be a stable factor in designing this future system. So there are so many uncertainties about discussing the future. Yes, the issue, I agree with the American professor about the legitimacy, because this should be one of the fundamental principles. Of course, democratic values, separation of powers. The only The only imperfection of democracy, I say, is that it is not contagious. If it was contagious, democracy would have been perfect, but it is not contagious, and people should internalize this. We can't expect societies, ordinary people that are not educated, socialized in democracy, we cannot train them easily to cherish democracy. And that's how, whatever we discuss here, we somehow present the Western perspective, it's the Western paradigm based on our understanding what is good, what is bad, and how the world should look like from our own scope, from our own perspective, from our Western, although we can argue whether Central Europe, Eastern Europe, but we are part of the Western perception of the world.
Tell it to a Taiwanese, tell it to a Hong Kong democracy activist, tell it to someone from Venezuela, tell it to the people
yes,
outside of the West.
To some people there, but to the societies there in general. How we can sell this in China, how we can sell this in Russia. Yes, there are activists, there are cells. When I said that we will have a clustered, multi-layered, polymeric world, I mentioned that we will have different segments. These segments will be linked between each other, and we should invest on the links, because we can't change the macro structures all at once. I can't imagine how we'll change Russia all at once, and I can't imagine how we'll change China all at once, or Brazil, or India. It will be a gradual process. The waves of democratization that started from Central and Eastern Europe in the late 1980s, they were very ambitious, they were very promising, but we witnessed that they had some problems. We benefited a lot, but we saw what happens in North Africa, we see what happens in other parts of the world. Democracy is nice. The problem is that it's not contagious, and people should deliberately work on this, and they should be socialized in democracy in order to cherish democracy and in order to change themselves and to transition their societies in something different, something closer to our understanding. Because the process of EU enlargement is also such process of expecting to adopt the acquis communautaire, to adopt all the conditionality that the European Union imposes, and it's just expanding our view of the world. So, should we continue emphasizing that our view of the world is the only one, which is the Western-centric approach, of course? I'm part of it, I admit I'm part of it, but I just challenge this notion. Or we'll be engaged in discussions with also alternative to the Western perspectives, because Chinese, they think in different way.
It's a huge discussion.
It's a huge discussion. We can't come to an end here. We just can open it.
Yes.
This is the problem.
And let's open it to the audience, because there are some minutes left. We'll take some questions there. Can we have the microphone? Thank you.
Since the start of the war in Ukraine, Russia has lost some of its hard power and a lot of its soft power in Europe. Would it be able to recover and regenerate its capabilities to continue waging hybrid warfare in Europe, and will Europe fall for it?
Will we be able to what, sorry?
To wage.
To recover and regenerate its capabilities to wage hybrid warfare.
Okay, some other questions?
I have a question, and I know that it's a kind of imaginary thing, but
But let's say that the war is over, in which scenario Russia loses and Putin is deposed because of the destabilization that will follow. So a common route will be to follow the democratic path in Russia, and here comes our position and what it shall be. In case that Russia wants a democratic future, shall we be participating in it, creating the borders, if I may say, of how will they develop, or shall we leave them be on themselves with the eventual threat that another oligarch will come in power and may try to radicalize the people?
By we, you mean European Union, NATO?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. One last question, if there's someone? Okay, yes, there. And then you will have the opportunity to answer.
Hi. Oh, that's loud.
Hello.
Hello. I was just wondering if you could talk a little bit about the way that the economy or different economic systems will impact the political systems, and how the economy of rebuilding Ukraine or the different economic structures throughout the world will impact or not impact the political structures. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, well, who would like to start?
That's why.
Okay, yes, thank you.
Big questions. On the last one, and it's not my field, but if you want to read a new statement in the latest Foreign Affairs issue, there is another article on the myth of multipolarity by the good old high US realists, which show that the US is not only still dominating militarily, but also far ahead economically and technologically. And while we all talk about China catching up, the distance to walk is still very large. And obviously we know that there is this other economic competition to block building underway. So I mean, that's how I would go in there. Europe hasn't decided yet to sign up to the whole US agenda on containing China technologically, but in part it will, it already has in parts. And so that's the most immediate impacts, that how long the US will be able to maintain this, not only military, but technological and economic gap. And I think this is quite realistic to say for the next 10 to 20 years, it's pretty safe. But who knows? On the others, sure, if there is a democratic change in Russia, leap at it if we can. I mean, that would be fantastic. Of course, we cannot change everything from the outside, but it would be amazing. As I said before, I don't expect it. But of course we could be wrong. I just wanted to add that, I mean, of course we can't get into the heads of autocrats and really know what Putin wants and really know what Xi Jinping wants. But I think the decisive question at the moment is like, just how revisionist do we think these countries are? And the consensus at the moment is Russia is very revisionist and resentful, and China is somewhat resentful and somewhat revisionist, but not quite as. I mean, that's how I put it. Yeah? But maybe there will be a change in that, and I think we have to also be ready to see that, not to accept autocracy by itself, but we know that we can also live with, or we have to live with some autocracies. We have to push back against revisionism. So I think that's what I was trying to say earlier. Maybe Russia is becoming a little bit revisionist. That would be my best hope for the country.
Yeah, I would just like to pick this one question about democratic Russia of the future. First of all, one should never rule it out. You know, my good Russian friend Vladimir Milov, who had to relocate to Vilnius because otherwise he'd be in prison now in Russia. Always says he's about 50 years old. During these 50 years, Russia has gone through, or before that the Soviet Union has gone through very, very different states of being. And at every stage, the gurus said, Russia is always going to be like this. It's never going to change, right? They said like 6, 7 times since 1970, Russia is never going to change. The Soviet Union is never going to change. So that gives me hope that there is no God-given law that says that any nation on earth cannot build a democratic polity. And I mean, there are beautiful theories by the Chinese Communist Party that somehow pluralism and constitutionalism are un-Chinese culturally. Well, look at Taiwan. So first of all, it shouldn't be ruled out, but then the fun starts, because if and when we do have like a government in Russia that says, okay, 2 years we have a constitutional assembly that will lead up to free elections, multi-party elections, international observers, and so on. At that moment, it will get extremely interesting because, of course, the likelihood is very low that this Russia will fulfill all the conditions at once and equally that we put to it, which are that, first of all, of course, the withdrawal of troops from neighboring countries. Second, this whole aggression against the West with sabotage and hybrid warfare and so on has to stop. So even the concept of the near abroad must be laid to rest. And the distinction between the West and the near abroad also has to go. And then there has to be some kind of separation of powers. And then there has to be post-war justice, in other words, tribunal. And there has to be some kind of making up for the damages, even if symbolic largely, reparations to Ukraine. And all this is not, or it's very unlikely that all this happens at the same time. And that's when it becomes extremely difficult, and we will have tremendous tensions in the West, how to deal with such a Russian government which is markedly different from Putin and Putinism, and yet it doesn't fulfill all these conditions at the same time. I cannot predict exactly what's going to happen. The only thing I know is going to be very, very difficult.
I will try to go through all the 3 questions. The first one about Russia's capacity or Russia's ability to restore its capacity for hybrid warfare. I think Russia lost its legitimacy after starting this war, legitimacy and credibility in international relations. And though it had hard power and soft power capacity before that, I think it will not be easy to restore the soft power capacity. Even in societies like Bulgarian or other societies that are more, has a higher degree of propensity, let's say, in this way, towards Russia. The second question, I believe that the Russian image as a bully state is already in place, and it will be very difficult to rebuild Russia's image, or to restore a better Russia image. About the Russia's future, anything related to pro-democratic or democratic Russia, I consider as a wishful thinking. Because in the first place, who is going to make it? Those Russians who are pro-democratic believers and activists, and most of them, those who want to live in democracy, they already have emigrated to the West. They are already abroad. Whether these 50-year people go back to Russia and start a new life, to change their country, I'm skeptical about it. We need another generation or 2 generations ahead to change their minds, to change Russia, if possible at all. Russia is a very complicated story. Russia is a federation of different components. And unless they have this stronghold of power, this autocratic approach, the problem is that Russia probably cannot survive without an autocracy. We can't imagine the experiment of Russia as a democracy. It will be really a political experiment. We don't know what the results will be. We can probably see it sometime in the future. Probably not in our generation, in the next generation. But for the time being, I don't believe the process of democratizing Russia is feasible, at least in my view. Sustaining the economic system, I'm not sure I got correctly the last question about the economic system, what the economic system can do to support the political system. Or was it the correct interpretation of the question? Okay, I think supporting Ukraine in this critical moment is of vital importance. Ukrainian economy should keep working because the war, as I stated in the beginning, it will be indefinite or it will be very long, and Ukraine should sustain its own capacity. Of course, it will rely on support from the West, and the support from the Western allies, Western powers, will be also important in order to contain the conflict there, because there are countries which already expressed willingness. If Ukrainians unfortunately start losing, they will intervene. I mean, Poland already expressed this willingness that if needed, Polish forces will intervene and will be engaged in the war. It will mean enlarging the war, enlarging the conflict. That would be the negative scenario or the pessimistic scenario. If we have new theaters of actions, military actions, and if we have new actors, new states involved in the conflict. If they are only Ukraine and Russia, contained, the conflict being contained, continued but contained, that will probably be the optimistic scenario.
Thank you so much. We're finishing not on a very optimistic note, but thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your implications.
The American professor.
Thank you, Professor Marx. Thank you very much for your intervention. I didn't hear you. Yeah? Okay. Is he here?
We don't see him.
Thank you so much to everybody for participating.
Thanks for moderating.